link it together into more of a conversation as opposed. Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. For those of you not familiar with Export Development Canada, EDC, it's Canada's export credit agency dedicated to helping Canadian companies of all sizes succeed in global markets with 16 offices across Canada and 23 representations around the world. For over 80 years, EDC has worked to advance Canada's trade, offering financial solutions and knowledge Canadian companies need to confidently enter new markets, reduce risk, and grow. EDC has a critical role to play in helping customers navigate the current uncertainty of global markets. EDC was in fact built for this very purpose, to support Canadian companies through difficult times and improve trade diversification. In the last couple of years, EDC opened representations in Indonesia, South Korea, Vietnam, Japan, and the Philippines, with plans to open a representation in Thailand later this year. This morning, during this interview, we'll explore the strengths, capabilities, and challenges of Canadian companies with respect to energy transition and share EDC's experience in supporting them. We'll also have some time for some Q&A at the end. So with that, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Guillermo Frere, Senior Vice President of the Mid-Market Group at Export Development Canada. In his current role, Guillermo's focus is on helping accelerate the international growth of medium segment companies to boost their global competitiveness. He previously led EDC's clean tech and financing and investment teams, where he oversaw EDC's relationship with its largest institutional investors and the deployment of capital in support of the global expansion of Canadian exporters and investors. Welcome, Guillermo.
Thank you so much, Tony. Good morning, guten morning, and bon matin.
Bon matin.
For everyone, thanks for those that are here joining us today, and those ones that are going to join us later via the video stream. Thank you so much.
Great to be here. Thank you for being here. So, Maybe I'd like to start off in providing a bit of context when we talk about Canadian companies in this area of energy transition. You can highlight what the key strengths of Canadian companies are in this area of energy transition and how Canadian companies themselves are advancing energy technologies and innovation.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. I think it's important that we set the stage on what energy transition actually is, because there's a lot of misunderstanding I find sometimes. So energy transition, it is basically how do we move away from traditional fuels, fossil fuels, to generate energy? How do we move away from oil, gas, coal, and we start using better and cleaner sources of energy? But it's also everything that we can do in the supply chains and everything that we can do to minimize the impact and the usage of resources that we have in day-to-day operations. And like, for example, making grids more efficient, making industrial processes a lot more efficient, carbon capture, alternative fuels, etc. So that's where we see at EDC what energy transition. So it's a very comprehensive definition that we use for energy transition. Getting to your question about Canadian capabilities or Canadian strength in the energy transition space is like, it's amazing what is happening in Canada. And you just have to walk around the different halls here at Hannover Messe, and you talk to the companies and what they're doing, the amount of innovation, technology development, the amount of creativity that is coming from Canadian companies all across energy transition is just unbelievable. I think what I like to do is use a few examples on what is happening in Canada. And I'm going to use a couple of companies, Canadian companies that are actually, punching above their weight when it comes to development of technologies. The first one I'm going to mention is a company called HydroStore. HydroStore is a company that has developed a very interesting advanced compressed air energy storage that is a system that takes, the power that comes from either off-peak available power that is not being utilized or renewable sources of power, and then storage that these power under their technology underground in compressed air, and that energy can be better utilized in on-peak times. So much better usage of the renewable powers and how intermittent they could be. So you can actually store the power and then deploy it later. Another very interesting company is EOCycle Technologies, and they produce on-site small wind turbines that can be behind the grid. And the usage for this is like we are seeing a ton of use cases for in the agriculture space, where large-scale agriculture farms are actually having these turbines to become less dependent from the grid, and at the same time reduce their operating costs. We can go on. If I can use a couple more examples, Ballard Power Systems, another great Canadian company. They're in the hydrogen space, and what they do is they manufacture hydrogen fuel cells that can be used in the transportation sector as an example. Or Savante, which is another company that is in the carbon capture, and they have a very amazing technology that they use filters to capture the carbon from industrial processes like cement and other industrial processes. And there's a ton of more examples of very interesting Canadian companies that are developing technologies that will help us transition and have a much more sustainable economy.
A really, really great cross-section of Canadian companies. Great explanation as well. So lots of Canadian activity in this space, and you've highlighted a few of those. With that, as we make this transition to clean energy, there are always some challenges that come with it, right? It's a new area. Can you sort of talk about or describe some of the key challenges Canadian companies generally face when they're developing the technology, and then secondly, when they're deploying their energy transition solutions in Canada and around the world?
So there are Canadian companies in the clean tech space and in the energy transition space, they face many challenges. I would say the two biggest challenges they face, one is access to capital and financial support. Right. And that's why EDC is here, and EDC is here to support that. The other one is market access and market adoption of their solutions. For these companies, it's so important, as they get to develop their technologies and then they get to a commercialization stage, they do have the capital to build and to share the technologies with the world, but also that they have access to these markets. We find that technology adoption it's lagging behind, not only in Canada. It's something that is happening around the world, but there's a lot of companies that are actually breaking through. So when it comes to how EDC or Export Development Canada is helping companies with these two particular challenges, number one is our financial solutions. And I think we're going to talk a little bit more in detail of that, but EDC made clean tech and energy transition a corporate priority back in 2012. And since we have actually facilitated $50 billion in trade from Canadian clean tech companies. And last year alone, we helped 500 clean tech companies with our full suite of financial solutions. But the other part, it is the access to markets. And at EDC, we have a program that we call the Connections Program. And this program is designed to understand what the Canadian capabilities are, understand what are the needs of our international partners, and then make the connections and introduce the companies. And an example I like to use is it's Solfume. Solfume is a Canadian company that focuses on accelerating a transition by facilitating the adoption of distributed solar energy. Solfume was very interested in actually accessing the Mexican market. And we have very good connections in Mexico, and one of our partners in Mexico, it's a company called Sigma Alimentos, which is a Mexican multinational food processing and distribution company. And we knew that Sigma wanted to figure ways of reduce their carbon footprint. So we put the two of them together, and we put Solfume together with Sigma, and then Sigma introduced Solfume to their subsidiary called Sigma Global Energy Manager, and they signed an agreement. And as a result of this agreement, the 30,000 employees of Sigma had access to Solfume's technology to install rooftop solars in their homes. So those are the kind of connections EDC can facilitate for our customers.
And not to be underestimated, the impact of creating that partnership with your companies to access markets that they would never have been able to access, that comes through that partnership with EDC. So not just financial solutions, financing solutions, but market access solutions as well. Excellent. You've identified some key strengths and challenges in the area of energy transition. Maybe let's talk a bit about the trends that you see from an EDC perspective. You've got a portfolio of companies that are working on a real diversity of different solutions and different technologies. You've got representation around the globe with that kind of interface with global companies or companies that are in different parts of the world. What trends do you see shaping the future of energy transition? And then more specifically, are there areas of energy transition where you feel Canadian companies could support the rest of the world?
Yeah, so I'll talk about the two sides of the trends that we are observing and seeing that is happening with the energy transition. So number one is the rise in electricity demand. We are seeing that everywhere in the world, actually, the need for electrification is increasing. This is driven by the electrification of the transport industry, the industrial transformation, the growth of digital infrastructure. This is one that is super important because the more we're talking about artificial intelligence, the more we're talking about data centers. These are very energy-consuming technologies. So this is actually, causing an increase in demand on electricity. At the same time, this is driving the need for grid modernization. And we see that infrastructure needed all over the place to integrate not only the existing sources of energy that are in these networks, but also the increase in renewable sources of power, and then the challenges that a renewable source of power brings to these grids and how they come together. But then on the other hand, what we're seeing is the digital revolution. And how, again, the artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, these things are actually helping grids to become a lot more efficient. It helps manage their grids much better, and it's helping the systems to be a lot more resilient as well. That it's decentralization of energy systems is super important. We're seeing the need to have on-site, for the lack of a better word, on-site power generation. So that's another trend. And obviously, we cannot talk about trends without talking about geopolitics and the change in the narrative around climate change and energy transition and everything that is happening. But at the same time, we need to balance that with the actual need for us to create better, cleaner, and more sustainable sources of energy. And I think it's important to also recognize that while the narrative is changing from perhaps climate change, is migrating to business sustainability. So the outcome, in my opinion, is going to be the same at the end of the day. We're going to need to find better, more sustainable, and more reliable sources of energy in the long run. Canada has a lot of potentials and opportunities. Going back again, there's lots of companies that are working all across these things. So I'll just use another couple of examples. There's a company in Canada called Tantalus Systems, and what they are doing is they're developing a technology that helps utilities modernize their distribution grids. And I'm going to use an example. Everyone may remember the outage that we had in Texas. The blackout that happened in Texas. In order for them to manage the blackout, they had to manually actually switch grids and go and kind of transfer the lines, I guess, or the energy flowing from different systems. With the Tantalus technology, now that is all automated, and systems can actually predict when things are happening. They can actually manage their grid much more effectively and in a safer manner. Another company, Revolve New Renewable Power, which has developed utility scale wind, solar, and hydro storage projects in US, Canada, and Mexico, and then the opportunity to bring this technology to other markets.
Excellent. So we've looked at what Canadian companies are doing in the transition space. We've talked a bit about their strengths and some of the challenges, and then we talked a bit about how EDC can support Canadian companies through those challenges, and now just talked a bit about how trends are developing to ensure and support the transition. It's energy transition, but I like the way you've described it. It's really about business sustainability, because although the narrative might be changing around the world slightly, in some parts of the world more so than others, I think collectively we all agree that there needs to continue to be a focus on decarbonizing, low carbon intensity energy sources along with production of products, because ultimately the consumer is going to be looking for that. And so I think businesses are attuned to that, and they're certainly going to keep focused on this. And so it might be moving a bit slower in some parts of the world, but I think I agree with you. At the end of it, we're all going to get to the same place. And I think those countries that have developed the technologies and the capabilities faster than other countries will see an advantage as we move forward in this globalization of this energy transition. So let's shift specifically now to EDC. And you talked a bit about this, but I want to get a bit more specific with getting you to describe EDC's strategic vision for supporting the energy transition. What is it that EDC is doing specifically to ensure that Canadian companies who are looking to make this transition are supported by organizations like EDC?
Yeah, so I already mentioned that EDC made clean tech and by de facto, I guess, energy transition a corporate priority back in 2012. And since we have become Canada's largest financier of clean technologies. And we're really proud of that. And then if you fast forward to 2020, when we set up what we call now our 2030 strategy, which is really, it's a bold direction for EDC to be focused on maximizing our impact on the Canadian companies that we support while remaining true to our own values. And sustainability is one of our true values. So you can see in everything that we do, sustainability, environmental, social, and governance principles will be there. And as such, we need to take on an approach to supporting more of these companies. As part of our 2030 strategy, we identified 5 sectors that EDC was actually going to double down. One of those sectors was clean tech. The other one, just for reference, are agri-food, advanced manufacturing, digital industries, and resources of the future. So you can see how all of them actually relate to each other, but we continue to focus on the clean tech side of things. We believe Canada has a tremendous amount of potential in the clean tech space. there are some numbers around the 100 top clean tech companies in the world, and Canada consistently puts in that list 10 or 12 companies in that list. So Canada definitely punches above its weight when it comes to clean tech development. So I already shared $50 billion in support, in trade support or trade facilitated by EDC since 2012. Last year alone, we beat our record of clean tech companies that we served, 500 companies. And we're doing this by extending our solution, expanding our risk appetite, engaging with companies earlier stage, working with our partners in the ecosystem and making sure that these companies have the financial resources, and they also have the connections, the international connection for market access. So our strategic vision is there: accelerate the growth of clean tech companies in established and emerging areas. Continue to build our position as a leader financier in the clean tech space in Canada, but recognizing that we cannot and should not do it alone. There's a full ecosystem that we need to drive with us, and crowd in some private capital as well to help these companies. And then the last one, it is continue to support emerging technologies.
So I just want to go back to, so thank you for that. I want to go back to sort of where we are here today. When we think of the show here, Hannover Mess, I mean, it really showcases the innovation and ingenuity that's required to develop the leading edge technology for development and deployment of clean energy technologies. But all of these folks that are here today talking about their technology and how they can support the transition to clean energy, there's also a business side to what they're doing here today. And businesses to succeed, there really needs to be significant financial and non-financial support for them to succeed. So can you describe the kind of financial and non-financial support that EDC offers that can support the development and deployment of clean tech for Canadian companies?
So we're now at the so-called money slide.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
The all-important money slide.
The all-important money slide, yes. So I'll start with talking about the non-financial support. And I kind of already talked a little bit about that when I was providing the example of Sigma and Sofium and how do we connect companies. So at EDC, we have a team of specialists that their job is to understand Canadian capabilities. And then we have a counterparty team as part of our international business that their job is to understand what is the demand out there for technologies, and then do a matchmaking and put those two, the Canadian company and the international buyer together to develop business. And we do that, across the sectors that I mentioned before, the 5 sectors of priority of export development in Canada, and cleantech being one of them. We have a team that is specialized in cleantech. It's probably the only team that actually does business development and specialized in the cleantech space as such. And that is, so you mentioned earlier today that I used to be responsible for cleantech. I actually continue to be responsible for cleantech because it's part of cleantech it continues to be part of my group as well. So we continue to do that. Now, on the financial support, which is probably more of the money slide, I like to bucket it in maybe three components. That number one is buyer support. And here what we do is we provide financing support to international buyers, so they buy from Canada, they buy Canadian. So we help, that way we help Canadian companies accessing these supply chains by, having agreements with international buyers that they buy from Canada. The solutions that go then directly into the hands of Canadian companies, that's what we call export capacity. And here is where we provide a full suite of financial solutions to companies that go from insurance solutions that help them mitigate risks. A couple of examples of that is we can provide credit insurance. So if a Canadian company is looking to sell their solution to a foreign buyer, but they are not so sure, or they want to provide payment terms to the foreign buyer, what they can do is get credit insurance from EDC, and then they can secure up to 90% of the receivable from the foreign buyer.
Right.
And so that allows companies access new markets, diversify their markets, while at the same time sometimes being more competitive because they can provide payment terms and better payment terms. But that product doesn't stop there, because you can actually take that credit insurance and then you go back to your home bank here or not here in Canada, we're not in Canada today, but back in Canada, and the Canadian banks will take the receivable insurance to improve the margining on their lines of credit, or even sometimes actually provide some working capital and lines of credit. So that is a fantastic product that we provide. We also have foreign exchange insurance. And in these days that we're talking about diversification and companies that don't want to be solely dependent in the US and they want to start expanding to other markets, and perhaps their sales are not going to be solely in US dollar, we provide foreign exchange insurance. And nowadays, as part of the trade impact program that we launched not long ago in response to the current trade environment, we can actually provide FX insurance for up to 3 years. To Canadian companies. We have we can provide what we call account security and bonding insurance. So companies often, when they bid for a project, they need to put an LC out there or they need to put a performance bond. We can guarantee 100% of that bond, so then the bank feels comfortable issuing the letter of credit, as an example, or even providing the working capital because they have the guarantee of the government of Canada, basically supporting the company. We provide guarantees for banks. These are guarantees that we provide to Canadian financial institutions as they want to lend money to clean tech companies. But these companies are starting, and we can provide a guarantee of up to 50%, up to 75% of the loans that the Canadian banks are giving to these companies. So that way we expand the reach of EDC, while at the same time we try to mobilize the financial institutions to provide more capital to the clean tech companies. Doesn't stop there though. If the insurance solutions are not enough, if the guarantees to the banks are not enough, then we can actually provide direct lending. And we have a full suite of lending solutions that go from equity investments, and we provide equity to clean tech companies quite a bit, all the way to senior debt and even project financings to support the Canadian companies.
So let's just pick up on a couple things on what you've described there. One, I'm personally hoping that you're going to get a lot more requests for the FX insurance as people start to really look beyond US dollar trade as we look to expand more and more around the globe. And then you mentioned the equity. I think that's an interesting sort of area for, let's say, clean tech companies that are early stage or earlier stage looking to expand but perhaps can't take or don't qualify for, let's say, the debt, or don't have the ratios in place to support what would be traditionally your kind of debt financing. Can you talk a little bit more about the equity financing thing? I've seen it and heard about it in other parts of the world where organizations like EDC actually provide that to their own companies that look to expand globally. Let's maybe explore that a little further.
Sure. So at EDC we have a private equity team that is really focused in providing growth capital to companies all across the sectors that we focus, but clean tech being one of them. Under the equity program, we basically have 3 ways that we can extend equity support to companies. Number one is we participate in Canadian funds as a limited partner in the Canadian funds. And we do focus on funds that are very aligned with the EDC strategy. So we participate in funds, in clean tech funds, and we make sure that those funds are actually investing in at least a portion of the fund in Canadian companies, in clean tech companies. So that is a way that we can extend our reach. We have another program that was born out of the COVID pandemic that we put together that was called the matching program. And what happened during the pandemic is a lot of the equity rounds were drying up, and the government of Canada needed to step up and provide some support to this. So we created a program where we will match the investment of the lead investor in the round. We will rely on their, no, I shouldn't use the word reliance because they don't like that I say that, but we will use their due diligence to accelerate the way we deploy capital, and then we will match their investment under the same terms and conditions. So that is a matching program. That was such a success that we decided to make it a permanent program, and now we can match up to $25 million of investments by a private equity fund going into these companies. And then the third one that we usually do it a little later stage on the growth equity space. It is we can be a direct investor, and we're usually a minority investor, a non-controlling minority investor, But we look for areas where EDC can actually bring value in the way that our value creation for these companies is very related to international markets. So companies that are ready to take on the world, the way we like to say it at EDC, and then how do we deploy not only the financial solution through the equity program, but also the entirety of the value proposition of EDC to these companies to help them grow internationally.
It's just a great portfolio of offerings to Canadian companies. When you think through the non-financial support and then the financial support from insurance to private equity through to the direct lending aspect of it, it really is a full-scale offering to Canadian companies, and that's really encouraging to hear.
If you don't mind, Tony,
yeah, go ahead.
I forgot to talk about something that is very important.
Okay.
And it is our support for Canadian direct investment abroad. It's a complicated word, but in times that Canadian companies need to diversify, we can also support the investments of companies, the investments that companies are making outside of Canada. So a lot of the programs that I talk about, they're usually used in Canada to build their supply chain, to build their manufacturing capabilities, to build projects in Canada. But a great way of growing and diversifying market is actually going out there and establishing yourselves in these markets. EDC can support that as well. We can support M&A activity by Canadian companies when they go out and they want to acquire a competitor, they want to acquire a key component of their supply chain, they want to acquire a key component of their market access, and strategic acquisitions, we can support that. Or even if they want to build manufacturing that is complementary to the manufacturing they have back in Canada, we can support that and we can provide the financing for that as well.
That's excellent, and I'm glad you brought that point up because I think that a lot of people viewing today would be very interested in how can I expand outside of Canada and what kind of support might there be there from EDC. So thank you for raising that. I also want to we can close out with this question. There's lots of talk about the need for collaboration here at the show, and I just want to harken back to the opening ceremonies. We were talking about it a little earlier before we got on. Chancellor Scholz talked about technology sovereignty.
Yes.
And in some parts of the world, technology sovereignty means really more isolation, closing, restricting access. And I was struck by the fact that the Chancellor talked about technology sovereignty as being really only possible through additional and more collaboration, that we need to expand the engagement with companies around the globe in order for us to ensure our own technological sovereignty. And he made specific mention of the opportunities that can be there for Canadian and German companies to collaborate. And Canada's presence as a partner country in 2025 here at Hannover is certainly a great demonstration of that as we sort of tour the show and talk to various Canadian companies that are here. Maybe more specifically, how does EDC, you talked about it throughout the conversation today, but maybe for our audience to explain how EDC collaborates with other financial institutions, Team Canada partners and stakeholders to support that energy transition and the related technology and projects.
Yes. So first, Tony, I actually want to talk a little bit about what you opened, the opening ceremony comments about technology sovereignty and the need for more partners as opposed to less partners. And this is a fantastic opportunity for Canadian companies to look east, west, and north. Well, not much up north, but to look in some other places to diversify our economy, to diversify our markets, and to actually take advantage of everything that is out there in the world for Canadian companies to sell to. That is super important. And today, Canada is going through a moment in time where looking at markets with an eye on partners and an eye on diversification is more important than ever. But that also applies to us. And how do we work? I think at the beginning I mentioned something about that we recognize at EDC that we cannot do this alone.
Right.
When we support the energy transition, it's not only about EDC, but it's how do we collaborate with the ecosystem, how do we collaborate with the Team Canada, how do we collaborate with the financial institutions, how do we collaborate with different partners, and it's all about that. So we work very closely with the TCAs, the Trade Commissioner Service, as an example. You mentioned that EDC has 23 representations outside the world. 22 of those are co-located in the embassies and co-located with the TCS. So there is and the TCS, there's 1,000. The other day, Sarah Wilson mentioned that there's 1,000 trade commissioners out there in the world. So how not benefit from that network? So we work very closely with them, very closely with BDC, Business Development Bank of Canada, as they support Canadian companies as well, and as these companies looking to become exporters, there's a very good collaboration between them. Good collaboration with the SDTC, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, now under NRC and IRAP, but really good collaboration between BDC, EDC, and SDTC into making sure that companies have one access to the government as opposed to different window access, and and making sure that companies that quote unquote graduate from the SDTC, they actually get then support from either BDC or EDC or both at different points in time. We collaborate with the banks, and I explained how our insurance and working capital solutions are meant to be in collaboration with the banks to help them extend more credit to these companies. And banks many of them are also focused in energy transition as a key area of focus. So we work with them very, very closely as well.
So it's excellent. So I just want to harken back, maybe get a little summary of what we talked about. You highlighted the strengths of Canadian companies in the area of energy transition. We talked about the challenges that you see, the trends that you pick up as you talk to Canadian companies and you talk to even trade commissioners and others around the globe as you partner with them. We've also talked about your strategic vision and what you've laid out for EDC in this clean energy transition space. And then really the financial or the money slide, I guess, the financial and non-financial support, critically important as, while we focus on the need for development of technology, deployment of technology, the business side of these organizations can never be left, as an afterthought. Businesses don't succeed without the support of both financial and non-financial support of organizations like EDC. And then lastly, the idea of collaboration, the idea of collaboration not only on the technology side, but on the business side and the organizations that you collaborate with. Fascinating discussion. I want to thank you for it. Are there any last words that you might have?
Just maybe just to thank you, Tony, for this fascinating conversation and giving us the opportunity to to the energy transition, what the ecosystem is doing to support the energy transition, and there's a group of us around here. We're going to be until Tuesday. We have our representative here in Germany, here in Hannover, Messe. We have people from the Connections team and the Sectors team here, myself. So come and talk to us. Happy to answer any questions and see how we can help.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Carusis. I am founder and CEO of Volta Insight. Today we'll be talking a little bit about power quality and applications of electrical signature analysis to ensure that downtime is prevented within industry. So a little introduction on power quality. The world has moved on to AC generation over time, and effectively, because of a 100-year history, it was very cost effective to create AC power and then transform it at the load side where you actually need it. So you could generate power at 13 kV, for example, push it up to 100 kV, transmit it long distances, and then reduce it back down with very cost-effective components such as transformers. So this is an oversimplified model of a generation unit. And effectively, we have 3 poles in 120 degrees apart with a field current that rotates and ultimately produces 3 very beautiful sinusoidal waveforms, and that's how we transmit power. So in order to ensure that your equipment is running reliably, we have to make sure that those 3 phases are consistent, sinusoidal, and that there's minimal voltage sags and swells, and very few transients on the system. And you want to ensure that there's low harmonic distortion. You want to make sure that the frequency is stable, and that when you're actually using that power, it's being used in a balanced manner on all 3 phases. So why is this important? Well, dirty power, power quality, if you're dropping your voltage, if you're dropping a phase, it can actually lead to equipment failures. And if you have equipment failures, the cost of the equipment may not be that high, but what is high is the amount of downtime associated with that equipment failure. So on the right-hand side of this slide, we have some costs associated with losing equipment. And in the case of like light manufacturing, you could be down for an hour. You're losing $260,000 of production time. So it's really important to ensure that you have good power quality so that your equipment can continue running. Now, in terms of voltage stability, what do we need to ensure? Well, we want to make sure that those sinusoids are consistent, so the amplitude of the sinusoid is stable over time. And unfortunately, a lot of utilities will actually move the voltage up and down. There's also issues sometimes within the facility itself, such as breakers and fuse disconnects that may have high resistance contacts, and that will also drop your voltage. So if you're able to understand what is happening within a facility, you can address those issues, but really you need a good monitoring system to be able to tell what is happening. And ultimately, the problems within a distribution system can happen anywhere. So it could be on the utility side, or it could be on your distribution side within the facility as well. So here's an example of voltage instability. This is specifically a contactor starting to fail. And you'll notice in the top waveform, we're actually getting some small indicators of early failure by the transients that we're measuring in the voltage. And that, in our monitoring system, that was starting to happen at 6 a.m. on a particular day. And then as the day progressed, that became harder and it became more and more of an issue. And those transients turned into a complete phase loss for a small duration of time, whereby the induction motor in this case was single phasing, not to the point of failure, but to the point where we can clearly now identify what is happening so that we can send out an alert and actually have the problem addressed. So it's a lot more cost effective to be able to detect something early, indicate it, send an alert to the facility, have the contactor replaced in 15 minutes and a couple of $100, rather than waiting for catastrophic failure to occur on the motor, hours and hours of downtime, and tens of thousands of dollars in equipment replacement. And on the utility side, a lot of times there's external forces happening to within your facility. So this is an example of a voltage transient that is occurring because of a neighbor running equipment. And you'll notice that there's a big spike in the voltage because in this particular example, one of the neighbor facilities was actually starting up big equipment. And within the facility what we were monitoring, we were getting these large current spikes, which was effectively knocking out other pieces of equipment. So the other pieces of equipment would go into overvoltage protection, and now your facility is down and you've lost your line. This is an example of the voltage variation. So this is a very specific Canadian example. We're running at 600 volts. This is how the utility will change voltage throughout the day to keep up with the demand. And you'll notice that you're starting at about 600 volts and you're dropping down to 585. And at some points during the day, you're spiking up to 605. So that in and of itself is not necessarily a problem. It's a problem in a place like Canada, where a lot of the equipment is rated for 575 volts, and you end up actually potentially over-voltaging the equipment in a lot of cases, and that can lead to significant failure. In terms of harmonic distortion, there's a lot of facilities that run today variable frequency drives. And when you have a lot of those in one facility, depending on the size of your transformer upstream, you can generate this non-sinusoidal current, which will also affect your voltage. So your voltage becomes distorted over time, and effectively, if you have additional problems, that can quickly knock out equipment, and it becomes additional cost. So how do you address some of these voltage stability issues? In my opinion, first and foremost, you have to have good monitoring. There's a lot of situations where you will actually have a problem. A lot of people will have opinions and recommend equipment. But before you go down the path of selecting equipment to address a specific problem, you should definitely collect the data to ensure that that assessment is correct. So first and foremost, there's monitoring, an effective monitoring method that gives you a lot of insight, pun intended, as to what you're doing. And then it's a matter of ensuring that you're tapping your transformers correctly. You can run thermal imaging on a preventative maintenance side. You can add harmonic filters, and active filters, and ultimately a very expensive UPS. A last issue is frequency shifts, and there's not much you can fundamentally do. These are a consequence typically of the utility, whether you're running 60 hertz or 50 hertz. These can happen for a number of reasons. Typically on the generation side, it is unlikely that your facility, unless it has a tremendous amount of load, will actually affect the utility, but it could happen for very large installations. And lastly, it's good to always have balanced phases on your three-phase system, because otherwise you may be saturating your transformer upstream. So it's always important to be able to ensure that whatever load you have, if you have a lot of single-phase loads, that's balanced within a facility. So how do we do it? At Volta Insight, we have developed this cloud-based monitoring solution. We have this particular VI module that goes within the distribution switchgear that measures the voltage and current, and it connects to our data acquisition device, which we call the node. The node is capable of continuous waveform capture at 20 kilohertz or above, And though that node connects up into our cloud. An interesting point here is that the node itself is time synchronized to other nodes within the facility. So now you can have a complete oscilloscope style view of what is happening within the facility. And the reason that's important is if you think of a voltage transient that's captured amongst all nodes, that means that it's coming from upstream, potentially from the utility. If you capture a voltage transient on one specific node, then it means that that voltage transient has originated specifically on the branch circuit associated with that measurement point. So it's a very powerful tool to be able to determine issues very quickly within a facility and address these ghost electrical problems, as they're called. The advantage of having these nodes and having this continuous waveform capture is it gives you an additional benefit on being able to perform electrical signature analysis. The concept of electrical signature analysis is that in the simplest form of a circuit, you have two specific components. You have a source and you have a load. Anything to do with the voltage at your measurement point specifically is a consequence of your source side. And anything to do with the current is a consequence of how your load is actually operating. So these are the basics of electrical signature analysis, and we can leverage that to get insight as to how your equipment and your facility is actually operating. So here's an example of a compressor. And what we have done is we've measured the current of the compressor as it's operating. We take the long current and we turn it into the harmonic spectrum. And if we run some math, we can figure out that based on specific harmonics, it has to do with the mechanical side or the electrical side of the motor. So in this case, this is an example of a belt passing frequency that's been identified at 0.9 of LF, line frequency. And if we trend that specific harmonic over time, if it starts to increase in amplitude, we know that the belt is actually getting looser in your system. So there's a lot of applications on the mechanical side, being able to get a view of the health of the mechanical side of a driven load from an induction motor. And this is an example of a harmonic trend trending upwards over time. So you'll notice that, you know, it was baseline for the longest time. It was operating correctly. And in June of 21, approximately, that trend started to go upwards over time. It took 2 to 3 months to really get to a level. We started alerting on this early until the maintenance facility decided, okay, let's go take a look and actually perform some maintenance. And after the maintenance was performed, the harmonic came back down to baseline. So that's the beauty of predictive maintenance. And here is another example of a fan. This is specific with fan blade imbalance. This particular harmonic at 0.9 LF was rather randomly moving up and down, but that was because of dirt accumulation specifically on the fan blades themselves. And once the facility was able to clean the fan and rebalance it, we get a very nice baseline on the harmonic after maintenance. And I think this is the last one. This is a gearbox replacement that happened. So in our fault library or Insight AI, we were able to detect early anomalies of this harmonic trend. We were able to baseline it and understand which gear of the gearbox was specifically associated with this harmonic. And you'll notice on this December 17th, we sent an alert to the facility. The facility actually went in, performed maintenance. The harmonic came down, but then shot up very quickly. And once again, we alerted the facility. It turns out the maintenance that was performed with the incorrect part. That gear was not as hardened as it was supposed to be. The maintenance people went in, identified the problem, fixed it, and the harmonic came back down. And you'll notice a very brave soul did this maintenance on December 25th during Christmas to ensure that the facility keeps running. So good on him. So in conclusion, by having a great monitoring system to be able to do continuous waveform capture, you can understand what is happening on your utility side with good power quality. And if you leverage the actual waveform captures, you can perform electrical signature analysis as well to be able to predict failures on your electromechanical side. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, we're in Hall 2, in the Canadian Pavilion, the Innovation Pavilion, I guess. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Ontario office, like everyone's Waterloo. Places. Microgrids, renewables, natural place to go and hire new grads. Oh, they're in there, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, we're set. You've given them your presentation.
I'm sure some.
Yeah, we're. So it's all behind.
But it's not on your computer.
No.
Okay.
There's a room right behind here.
I was worried because all I've got is my.
Yeah, as long as you've sent them the presentation. Yeah. We just want to make sure I cover a few things. So.
I know. Well, you know.
Test. Test. Live stream to. I can click if I'm starting. Energy storage. Who wants to hear about Europe's largest battery? Come on over. Europe's largest lithium-ion battery project. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to a presentation on Europe's largest energy battery project, energy storage. It is taking place in Belgium, and we're going to walk through a couple of slides here for you to talk about the project and energy storage more broadly. So my name is John Mattieson. I lead Hatch's strategy and growth team for our eGrid business. This is Mark. He leads our distribution and smart grid business, which includes things like microgrids where energy storage is very common. We're going to talk about a little bit of an intro about Hatch, a little bit of an intro about energy storage, kind of some of the basics, and then we're going to talk a little bit about this project in the next 20 minutes. So Hatch. Hatch is a global engineering and professional services firm. We provide a lot of project delivery services, 10,000 people, 70 plus offices. Our nearest office to here is in Essen. It is a Canadian headquartered company, and the theme of Canada being the host country. And we've been doing this for about 70 years this year. Our power sector actually goes back 101 years through an acquisition. And we are proudly employee owned. So we think like our owners. We make sure that we put ourselves in their shoes. Just a snapshot of some of our offices around the world. As you can see, very heavily concentrated in Canada. Fast growing here in Europe. Our headcount has actually doubled within the last year or two, and we continue to expand. All right, I'm going to pass it to Mark to talk a little bit about the introduction to energy storage.
All right, thank you, John. Here. So before we get into talking about the biggest project in this area, we're going to do a little bit of a battery 101, right? So a background on lithium-ion technologies, but even before we get into the specific technology, it's important to look at what else is out there. Because when we talk about energy storage, sure, lithium-ion is getting the most focus these days, but energy storage really started as soon as we started developing hydropower, right? Water power is a type of storage, but these days, I mean, broadly, you've got 5 different categories here: gravitational storage, hydro, thermodynamic, which a little bit newer, compressed air systems, a little bit more modern in the actual gas side. Electrochemical, which is where lithium ion sits, but then there are some other technologies that are up and coming, right? So flow batteries are often talked about in this area. Thermal storage, another one, looking at phase change materials, different types of technologies that are focused on the heat and retaining that heat within a material. And then finally, chemical, which could be hydrogen or ammonia. And actually around us today, there's a lot of focus on hydrogen, but everything that we're talking about here is going to be specific to lithium ion as we move forward. So just what does the system look like, right? So a lithium ion battery system, and we'll be talking about one that's over a gigawatt hour shortly, but fundamentally those are built in little cells, right? The same AA or AAA cell that you might find in a personal electronic device, that is fundamentally what they look like. And there is a couple different flavors for the models, but they're incorporated into a module that then gets incorporated into a much bigger rack or container setup, which you see here. So those are the basic building blocks of the system. And then that gets integrated into an enclosure. And here's just a bit of a cutout of some of the auxiliary systems that you might see. The individual cells, there's HVAC systems involved, temperature, cooling, monitoring, a lot of smart controls that go into these systems. And one thing I often like to say is that energy storage are data gathering machines, right? There's a huge amount of information generated, even down on the cell temperature, current, voltage. So there's a whole network that is often associated with energy storage technologies. So once you have that basic building block, right, you would develop it into a much larger plant. So as John will talk about later, we're looking at over 2 gigawatt hours, but this is just an example of what some big grid scale energy storage systems look like, right? Ranging from 18 megawatt hours to 100 megawatt hours to 500, right? So we're looking at football pitches of size, built with all these little containers integrated. So when we talk about growth, there's exponential growth that's expected in the energy storage market. And here, this is just a forecast going up to 2034. You can still see that electromechanical storage is expected to be dominant. So lithium ion is the main technology there. We are seeing some developments with pumped hydro, thermal, but in general, this is going to become a big and much bigger and bigger portion of our energy system as the power system evolves. But by 2030, I mean, we're looking at about 1.9 gigawatt hours of storage developed internationally. And in the future, there likely will be a shift from lithium-ion technology more to long-duration storage. This is where we're looking at other technologies such as metal air that are still in commercialization phases. Couple things that are worth noting, energy storage is not a generator, right? You are not able to actually produce any power within these devices, but they do act as a catalyst for integration of more and more renewables. So I like to say, you're not necessarily introducing renewables, but you're allowing that penetration to go higher and higher with each energy storage project that you develop. One thing that's really unique about energy storage is that you can value stack, right? So, it's not just the energy that you can use, but you can also look at the power characteristics that it can do. There's grid forming capabilities. There's a lot of ancillary services that energy storage can provide that is not just simply shifting energy from one period to a next. But a couple things just to note is that energy storage does have a big impact on your levelized cost of energy. So when you are introducing it into the project, you're adding something that is not generating to that cost of, say, a renewable plant, solar, hydro, etc. So now I'll just speak a little bit about use cases. So this is how we see energy storage deployed across the grid. Keep forgetting to click here. Broadly, they can go into 3 different categories, right? So customer services, this is more associated with if you've got energy storage in your home, right? So if you've got a Tesla Powerwall in the basement that's providing backup, those are the basic services that it would provide. Generally in the utility space, we're more focused on kind of the blue and the green. So this is where you're looking at energy arbitrage, so shifting power or energy from one period to a next, or you're providing things like frequency support, voltage support, and this is that value stack that I was talking about previously, right? So you can keep kind of adding to the different capabilities of what a big battery can do. And this is where we actually see the market now, right? So when we talk about the use cases of large-scale energy storage, about 50% is still related to shifting power and shifting energy from one period to a next. So this would be in California, often people talk about the duck curve, so charging during the day, discharging at night. That's still the dominant use case. But there's other things here such as black start, capacity firming, and we're seeing these markets develop around the world, right? So there's more and more of some of these secondary services, and I think we're going to see more penetration of those moving forward. So when we talk about renewables, renewables are intermittent and variable. So when I mentioned that batteries are the catalysts that are pushing the penetration higher and higher, this is where they step in. So solar, everyone's aware, you're able to absorb that energy during the day, and then you have to release it at night. Wind is another challenging one, which is very intermittent. So you can have big gusts of wind that are, peaking and dropping at rapid rates. But energy storage is used there more to balance out that generation to be a more seamless kind of flat power profile. And here's some examples. These are actually from some Hatch projects where we look at how batteries are responding to smooth out that power profile. So on your left here, you can see this is a wind plant, right? That's ramping up and down quite rapidly. We see within just a couple seconds, you're losing up to 40% of your generation. But then what the energy storage system was able to do is to charge and discharge rapidly to make that line move from the dark blue to the red. So it's rapidly shifting energy from one period to the next on a second-by-second basis so that the other generators on the system see a much smoother profile from your combined renewables plus battery site. And on the right-hand side, this is an example of a tie line, right? So again, you've got renewables that are ramping up and down, but with the battery, you're able to hold that pretty much flat. And this involves some pretty advanced controls in order to be monitoring systems from even a millisecond level and shift it from one period to another. Okay, so now I'm going to hand it off to John, who's actually going to talk specifically about the Green Turtle project here in Europe.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So now that we've got a bit of a background on batteries 101, we have a understanding of some of the use cases that batteries can be used for. We're going to talk a little bit about a project that we're helping develop in Belgium. So this is a 600 megawatt, 2.4 gigawatt hour battery plant that is essentially large enough to provide 24 hours worth of power to over 300,000 homes. This is a high voltage connected system that reaches back into the transmission network in Belgium. And it's connected to, as it says, 380 kilovolt HV system, brand new substation that's being built in the area. And as Mark talked about, when you're looking at designing a battery system, it's really important to identify what the use case is for the system up front. That decides what the chemistry is within the battery, that decides the sizing of it, and a variety of other control elements. So this project here is really meant to be used to buffer renewable energy generation in the area. There's some solar in the nearby vicinity. There's also some wind. And this site will actually provide that levelized supply to the grid to balance the increases and decreases in generation that come from variable renewable energy, as mentioned on the previous slide. This also helps reduce the reliance on fossil fuels. The alternate would probably be to have a gas plant on spinning reserve available to kick in at very short notice, and you wouldn't need that with this large battery. This project is in early to mid stages of development, and they are planning to begin construction later this year. So and it will be, at the moment, it's currently the largest project, as mentioned, under development in Europe, but there are many others right behind this. So as mentioned earlier in the presentation, is a huge growth market, and the size of them are getting larger and larger. And part of the driver for that is around AI and data centers. And a lot of data centers are looking at using batteries as a very resilient, reliable backup supply to power in the event that a grid has any kind of even temporary issue. Thanks. So just a little bit of more detail on the site layout. So this is about a 10.5 hectare site, just to get a sense of how much space is required for a project this size. And hopefully you can see, individually, earlier Mark talked about the cabinet size containers. So here you have it's about 720 containers. Each one of those will have an inverter on the end of it. And then a series of these containers will be connected into a medium voltage transformer. The site itself, to step up to the high voltage grid, has the high voltage transformers, sort of number 3 in the top of the image there. And then it's not the most visually exciting site often, and so there's some green space that's been set aside for some vegetation. But it's not a very complicated site. It's laid out in the space that you have available, and this space here is actually an old industrial site, and so some of the grid connection was actually available, which actually has streamlined the development of the project. So if anyone here is looking to develop a very large battery project, it's good to find a site that does already have a grid connection that you can leverage. And that's, I believe, that's sort of the highlights of the project. And that concludes our presentation. So if anyone has any questions, please let us know. And if you do have any other questions and don't want to ask them here, come on over to booth E62. We're at the Hatch booth as part of the broader Canada Host Country Pavilion. Not the one we're currently in, but one you can see just 50 feet over there. But any questions here? We're happy to take some. We have a bit of time. Yes.
I just asked what the approximate capital cost of a project like that would be.
Specifically,
No, I don't know this. Yeah.
so,
Well, on this particular project, we're actually at that stage of confirming with their financing party, but more broadly.
well, in the North American context, we're probably looking at $200 to $300 per megawatt hour on the full development side. So, I mean, you'd scale that up or down. Typically, what we find for large-scale energy storage is on the dollar per megawatt hour cost, it kind of plateaus, right? So at a certain point, you don't get much of a benefit from building more and more, at least on the economics. But on the smaller scale projects, yes, there's quite a big curve as you build more and more, your cost per megawatt hour drop.
Broadly speaking, if you're pairing it with a battery plant, with a renewable energy generation facility like a solar, you're adding 60% of the cost, thumb in the air, plus or minus. Any other questions? Or what other questions do you have? All right, well then, thank you very much, and come visit us at E62.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. If you want to learn a little bit about University of British Columbia, please take a seat. Well, good afternoon. My name's James Olson. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Applied Science at the University of British Columbia, and I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about some of the cutting-edge energy storage research that we're doing at UBC. Please come on in, have a seat, rest your feet for the day. But before I talk about some of the leading-edge energy storage research, I did want to just spend a little bit of time introducing you to the University of British Columbia. Right, the University of British Columbia is situated on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people. That's the indigenous community that has lived in the Vancouver region for thousands of years. It's a large, comprehensive university. We have 72,000 students. We have 22,000 faculty and staff. It does everything from medicine to engineering. But the corner of that university that I work in, or that I lead, is the Faculty of Applied Science. And at UBC, Applied Science is 6 departments of engineering and 2 schools of engineering. But we're also a school of community and regional planning. We're a school of architecture and landscape architecture, and we're also a school of nursing. And so together we really are a human-centered built environment science and technology school. UBC is located in, the University of British Columbia is located in Vancouver, Canada, on the western edge of Canada. And we're, as you can see in the yellow dot, we're part of the province of British Columbia, which boasts 1 million square kilometers of forests, mineral resources, and water, as well as 1,000 kilometers of coastline on the Pacific Ocean. That makes us one of the largest mining and mineral regions in the world, or a leader in the world, as well as the gateway, or one of the largest trading gateways to North America. UBC's campus itself is actually situated on the far western side of Vancouver, separated away from the city on a peninsula. Again, we have it operates very much like its own city. We're able to control our utilities, our transportation, our permitting, our building, and so it actually operates very much as its own city with 100,000 residents in that city. What that allows us to do is to use our campus like a living lab to test city-scale technologies at the scale of a real community. That's one of our big advantages. The second thing is, since we do operate as a city, we also have our own climate action targets. And so those targets include 100% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2035 and net zero by 2050. And we know that in order to meet these targets, it's going to require significant innovation, and indeed that pace of innovation is going to need to accelerate, including battery technology. And so that's what I wanted to talk to you a little bit today, is some of the work we're doing on battery technology and battery materials in particular. UBC is a research-intensive university with a long track record of bringing innovations from lab to reality. And this includes bringing energy storage innovations to market. In fact, UBC was one of the first, or one of the UBC's spin-off, Molly Energy, was one of the very was the first commercial rechargeable lithium-ion battery producer in the world, and we're still very proud to be able to be working alongside E1 Molly Energy to advance the development of high energy density lithium carbon anode composites. Still very much a leading company in lithium ion storage. But it's not our only success. Over the last 20 years, UBC's research and commercialization efforts have resulted in $12 billion in technology licensing and $4 billion in venture raised by or equity raised by the ventures coming out of UBC. This bubble map here shows just a few of the spinouts that have come to UBC. I could talk about many of them, and the size of the bubble represents the funding raised and the impact that those companies have had. I might point you to one of those companies being Mangrove Lithium, which is, again, a spin out of UBC that has patented electrochemical technology to purify lithium from very low-grade ores or from recycled lithium operations. And it's a technology that is going to become increasingly important as we move to more and more recycled lithium batteries. One of the reasons why UBC has been so successful in translating our research from lab to reality is through a few initiatives. One is a very strong interdisciplinary focus. Another is the investment we've made in entrepreneurship training for our professors, to get our professors to think more like entrepreneurs. And the third is really through intentional efforts to create interdisciplinary research. So research that not only happens in Canada, but around the world. And that's why we're very excited by our opportunity to participate in EU Horizon funding and looking to partner broadly with many of the universities and industries here in Europe on that. So going back to the energy transition, we know that it's going to demand increased battery capacity as well as increased battery innovation. In fact, you know, even from EVs alone and road transport, we know we're going to see a 90-fold increase in the demand for batteries, and that's going to demand, that's going to be a real challenge to innovate that capacity. And so Canada has developed a battery innovation strategy that supports a vision of clean, competitive, innovative battery ecosystem by identifying 9 near-term battery innovation priorities. The development of new and novel materials is really at the center of this strategy. In fact, you know, one can say that materials are at the center of almost all challenges globally. But for sure, it's part of the battery innovation challenge. And so what I'll do today is I will showcase a number of research initiatives at UBC that address those 2 priorities. One, the development of new and novel battery materials, as well as improved methods for materials production. The first I wanted to talk about was the advent of self-driving labs. This is where we have used automation, robotics, AI to miniaturize and automate the materials discovery process. So we're able to autonomously create new materials, characterize those materials, and be able to use the data that comes out of those automated robotic labs to search an entire space of materials and then optimize those materials for particular functionalities. This approach is orders of magnitude faster than conventional material discovery approaches. And UBC's Burlinghet group was one of the very first to use this kind of self-driving lab for energy materials starting in 2018. Since then, Canada has invested $200 million into establishing a consortium around materials discovery using these self-driving labs, which has allowed us to partner with the University of Toronto and as well as to partner with the German-Canadian Materials Acceleration Center, among others, really to accelerate the discovery of new materials required for battery innovation. The second initiative is one from the Quantum Manor Institute, where here they use a much more of a materials by design approach, using an atom by atom integration to build the materials using a theory, simulation, and novel synthesis approach. Some of the work they've been doing recently has shown on lithium nickel oxide materials, which is a precursor to widely used lithium-ion battery materials, has shown that they have a new approach to the development and understanding of the sub-microstructure used in those materials. Our third approach is an investment in an advanced materials characterization suite. And so this is a project that will see the most advanced, or will create a platform for the most advanced characterization and imaging tools. Although this is still under construction, some of the work using a transmission electron microscopy has shown that how the microstructure within solid-state batteries breaks down after battery cycling. And so understanding how that microstructure breaks down is leading our researchers to be able to design new microstructures in solid-state batteries. The next initiative I want to talk about was a new approach to extraction and production of copper, because we know that over the next 10 years, we will need more copper than has been extracted over the last century. And so we have created a Rio Tinto Center for Future Materials, thanks to a contribution of $150 million from Rio Tinto in partnership with these 5 other universities, to look at really 3 areas. 1, exploring the extraction of critical minerals, including copper. 2, assessing the viability of in situ pressure leaching. And 3, expanding the use case of biomining. Researchers at UBC have already developed a catalytic process for extracting low-grade copper from ores that would not be economic to extract copper from today. And so that's been a huge breakthrough. That's created its own spin-off company. The second thing is we've created a microbiome mapping platform to understand, collect, store, and analyze the microbial genomic data for water, soil, and water, soil, and rock environments that uses high-speed genomic sequencing and computational analysis. This platform has led to the discovery of microorganisms that break down ores and bind to metals like copper, gold, and uranium, creating a green process for extracting these much-needed materials. And then the last initiative I'd like to share with you is the development of a pouch cell prototyping process. This is a faculty aimed at overcoming the scientific and technical gaps in the design, fabrication, and integration of these materials for battery and EV industries. And here the focus is on locally available materials like sulfur from mining and oil refineries, or beryllium recycled from smelting waste, to support a circular battery economy in North America. And then I'd just like to end by saying I want to leave you with the thought that UBC's Faculty of Applied Science has invested in comprehensive support model to build public-private research partnerships that are mission-driven, strategically funded, effectively project managed, to ensure that promising discoveries are translated into market-ready innovations for the benefit of society. And just thank you all for being here today. Oh, and I should say, if you have any questions or want to come and learn a little bit more about the many things that we're doing at UBC, we are in Hall 2, and it is booth 42. Thank you.
I'll so your presentation.
Okay, welcome everyone to our 12:30 presentation. I turn your attention to the screen behind me. Dark Matter Materials Inc., thermochemical water splitting for hydrogen production, a techno-economic analysis. Just share with you a bit about the company. Dark Matter Materials Inc. was incorporated in July 2022, a spin-off company from the University of Alberta, the Department of Chemistry, and is being incubated by the parent company, Applied Quantum Materials Inc. The foundation of DMM is its proprietary catalyst technologies for energy-efficient hydrogen generation using various types of water for low-temperature processes. As well, DMM has a suite of other technologies stemming from the initial catalyst discovery. As Chief Operating Officer, Dr. David Scott oversees the day-to-day operations of both Dark Matter Materials and Applied Quantum Materials. David has a passion for science, technology, and business, and it's pivotal to balancing the direction of the research to fit the needs of an emerging business opportunity. David received his PhD from the University of Alberta in 2019 and is committed to collaboration and scientific excellence. Dr. Scott's impactful advancements continuously contribute to the success of both companies. Please welcome Dr. Scott.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So today I'm going to be talking about a revolutionary new catalyst for thermochemical water splitting. And as well as we had a third-party analysis of a techno-economics to determine how well our materials work in conjunction with other technologies already out there. Our technology is a suite of catalysts. We started with hydrogen, and we've started looking at other different areas that we can make an impact in, from ammonia production, polymer reforming, and solid-state batteries. So these catalysts can be used in multiple applications and multiple functions. Today what I will be talking about is the hydrogen, because our hydrogen could be looked at for transportation, storage, oil and gas upgrading, as well as for industrial and consumer use. So when we look at the current methods of hydrogen production, there's really four main methods, and we've been hearing about them all week. There's steam methane reforming and coal gasification. Now, coming from Alberta, these are very prevalent, okay, with steam methane reforming being the most common method of hydrogen production. It's extremely efficient and it has cost effectiveness, right? But unfortunately, it relies very much on the fossil fuels and it produces a significant amount of carbon emissions, not to mention the size of the plant that's required for the industrial production. Coal gasification is very similar as well. It needs to convert fossil fuels into hydrogen, but it varies in its efficiency and its environmental impact. So without using carbon capture technology, this is a very inefficient way, and it exposes so much CO2 that it's no longer really relevant that it could be used. So in this case, when we're looking at CCUS, 12 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen. Electrolysis is another very interesting technology. We've been seeing it all the way around here. It can be done as a clean production method if you're using renewable energy. As we've heard, if it's not being coupled with renewable energy, it's subject to the variable energy costs of electricity, which makes the cost of hydrogen extremely high. It's also expensive because of the types of water it requires, which is something nobody really talks about. It needs distilled water or reverse osmosis water. These are both energy-intensive ways of getting water. Thermochemical process, on the other hand, it can be efficiently integrated into high temperature areas for heat sources to produce hydrogen. Now, it's probably the number 4 of the the types up here because it faces challenges in terms of operational complexity and because of its varied efficiency and how you integrate it. So this is where we as DMM stepped in to look at how can we develop the technology to bring this now to a more revolutionary and incorporated way. So when we look at the hydrogen economy, if we go from hydrogen production to end user, we have to take into account packaging, storage, and distribution and transfer of hydrogen. So the last I looked, 1 kilogram of hydrogen is $36 US. 85% of that cost is from the hydrogen packaging, storing, distribution, and transfer. What we've done is we've eliminated that blue box. We can now make hydrogen on demand at scale for the end user using any type of water. Okay? So when we look at limitations that we wanted to overcome, such as the high production costs, so how is it are we going to say we want to move to hydrogen, but it's more expensive than fossil fuels? How is a consumer going to want to take that? They want the hydrogen prices to come down. So how do we eliminate? Resource availability. Every jurisdiction has different resources that are available. So we need to develop a way so that it can be earth abundant, environmentally friendly, and cost effective to get to the consumer. Environmental impact. No CO2 emissions. So as I'll show later in our techno-economic analysis, our process, when it's running, does not give off any CO2 emissions. The only CO2 emissions required is to make the catalyst and then run the reactor. And a technological maturity. Hydrogen has been around for over 100 years, but in terms of the technology, it's not at the same level as oil and gas. This is still an emerging field. So we need to look at it from a perspective of out-of-the-box thinking, and that's what we at DMM did. And the last thing, and this is we're pushing in Alberta, along with the University of Alberta and the Global Edmonton at the Hydrogen Hub, is educating the public about the benefits of hydrogen. I've seen a number of talks here, and nobody talks about the consumer. The consumer, as soon as they hear hydrogen, everybody thinks the Hindenburg, right? So how do you get to dispel those? It's not the Hindenburg. Safety's better. We're not going to have those issues. This is better for you. We have to educate the public, or this is going to be one of those things that's a flash in the pan and it's gone. Okay? So our approach was environmental impacts, so looking at traditional methods with high emissions, CO2 pollutants, how do we get around that? Efficiency, minimizing environmental impacts while increasing the efficiency. So this is something as in what was coined waste heat. How do we take that waste heat and put it back into the system instead of losing it? And alternative approaches to out-of-the-box thinking. Let's come at it from a different way than the traditional method. So our hydrogen production, we produce hydrogen without the emission of oxygen, which is completely different than the traditional thermochemical water splitting, and that is our patented technology, is how we do the oxygen emission. Okay? By eliminating the oxygen now, we don't have any safety risks, and the overall process for the operators is easier. Okay? Oxygen and hydrogen mix usually create a combustible material. We don't have that now. Okay? And our efficiency. Now we've made it so simple, as I'll show you a video at the end, that it can be used in the home and for a consumer. So our new patented technology is hydrogen from any type of water. We use inexpensive, environmentally free catalysts, and our technology starts at room temperature. So when we look at typical thermochemical water splitting, let's look at what we know and what we've done to improve on the technology. So we still use thermal energy in a catalyst, but now we have lower temperatures. We've increased our hydrogen yields. So this is now making it more diverse energy production, and we can integrate it into multiple applications. And not just applications with high temperature, but already existing applications. If we look at high temperature sources, we can now enhance the efficiency, and we've decreased the operational complexity. We're not at the 450 to 2,000 degrees. So these numbers we're looking at here is based on our techno-economic analysis and looking at our energy efficiency against the best catalysts that are being used in the industry today. And as you can see, we're double most of the other catalysts that are being used. The highest right now is 53%, and we're sitting at 72. Okay? If you look at our temperatures, the lowest temperatures are 450 degrees. Operational temperatures, we start at room temperature, but it's best and efficient at 45 to 60 degrees. Okay, and process challenges. Like all other catalysts, we have process challenges. But where ours is different is its materials handling, and that is because we custom make the catalyst. Okay, and the regeneration. So we don't have the same types of issues as you do with the corrosive materials or hydrides or materials that give off chlorine gas. So when we look at our rates of hydrogen production against what's been published recently at the University of California, Santa Cruz, or MIT, our production rates are 40 times higher than the best that's being out there right now. Our hydrogen we've tested by third-party analysis is greater than 99% pure. We're working with that company to get how many nines afterwards, the decimal, to see how pure it is. But what I can say is our hydrogen right off the system can go straight into a fuel cell with no issues. Okay? So the promising production rates, we have amazing rates of production. It's efficient, okay? And it's versatile with water. We don't need just reverse osmosis distilled. We can use tap water. We can use tailings ponds. So for those of you who don't know, I'm from the Alberta region. These ponds are from the oil and gas upgrading, okay, which are very dirty, full of naphthenic acids and other minerals. We have no issues. Brine water for salt water, we've taken it all the way down to the dead sea level of salt water. Still no issues with our materials. So and different wastewaters like gray water. Okay, so now our water becomes the energy carrier. And what you can see here is a pellet of our material in a beaker of water at room temperature, and that is pure hydrogen coming off. So what we're looking at now is our long-term reactivation of our catalyst composite. So does our material demonstrate effectiveness in a system over time? So right now we're in the middle of looking at a regeneration cycle. What I've shown here is 5 times we've regenerated the material without loss of activity. We're looking to see if we can push it so that it becomes like a furnace filter. Every 3 months you have to change a cartridge, right? Make it very operationally simple. Sustainability, can we maintain the longevity and the performance with minimizing environmental impacts? And life cycle analysis. So what I mean by this is we're looking at the overall cycle of the catalyst from hydrogen production to regeneration. So we've nailed the hydrogen production and we're about 90% of the way through with the regeneration and oxygen management. So I'm going to switch over now to the techno-economic analysis. And what we were looking at in this situation, or the company was looking at, is terms of financial costs of other technologies versus ours. We were looking at the feasibility of our materials and to meet energy demands, and we were looking at compare and contrast for sustainability. So in Alberta, we have a lot of ATR and SMR, and we also used electrolysis. So the first thing that everybody looks at is the cost of per kilogram of hydrogen. With ATR, CCS, SMR, CCS, and electrolysis, you're looking anywhere between $2 and $6. Now, if you look at our catalyst, the first thing that jumps out to you is it's $10 on the first generation. It's $10 for a single use. This does not take into account the fact we can regenerate the material. Once you use it a second time, your cost of hydrogen is halved, which right now we're sitting at $5. In terms of our second generation, it's $25 for one cycle. And that's because of the materials that were used to involve. But as I've showed, we've already regenerated that material 5 times. So we're also sitting at a cost of $5, right? So we are cost comparable in terms of what the hydrogen is. In terms of energy requirements, in comparison to ATR, SMR, and electrolysis, we're 10 times lower with our first generation at 5 kilowatt hours. Now, with the second generation during this analysis, what was not taken into account, which is why it's higher, is that we are using the excess heat to come in. So that wasn't taken into account, nor was the regeneration. So once those numbers are then taken into account, we expect this number to drop significantly. Okay? Our operating temperatures, where we're comparable is with electrolysis, but where I'll say we're different is we're from a cold climate. We've started our reaction at -20. So going down to low temperatures is not an issue for us. And in terms of direct emissions, we have no direct emissions from our reaction. So in terms of environmental impact, if we're looking at making of our catalyst, our reaction, to make the hydrogen, our total ECO2 is about 3 kilograms per kilogram of hydrogen. If we compare that now to SMR with and without CCUS, you can see that we are lower, right? So not only is our environmental impact lower, we're getting better rates, we're getting better kilowatts per hour, and we have no direct CO2 emissions. In terms of scale up and where we are, we've scaled our catalyst material multiple kilograms a day. We've already costed this out on how to do it on a ton scale. So scale up is not an issue, and it is extremely cost effective. In terms of requirements for our reactors, we are looking at a 1 kilogram and a 10 kilogram. 1 kilogram, 10 kilogram, mobile applications, home applications, not your big, large plants that everybody's been talking about. We're doing it direct to the consumer, right? So we're looking at a size and a scale that'd be about the size of a dishwasher for a 1 kilogram, and a large chest freezer for a 10 kilogram, so not overly big. So to sum up the techno-economic analysis, it was commissioned by a third party, so these numbers were not done by us. We actually talked with another company. They didn't believe us at first. We brought them into the lab, we showed them. They said, okay, we believe you, what do you need? And we asked them to do a techno-economic analysis. So, and what they found was our reaction initiates at 45 with an efficiency at 60 degrees. It exhibits an exergenic efficiency of 54%. So this essentially is how effective the system converts available energy into usable work. Our yield in terms of water into hydrogen is 99%. The theoretical minimum efficiency for the overall reaction is 72%, as I showed earlier. And what we do is we produce 190 liters of hydrogen per hour with 9 grams of material. So we don't need excessive amounts of material to produce hydrogen. At 10 kilograms a day, a plant design, it's $10 for single use with an energy input of 5.24 kilowatt hours. And now that we're locking down this regenerative process, we can looking at continuous operation so that you are continuously producing hydrogen as each cartridge moves on from stage to stage. So in conclusion, this is an effective way of promoting low temperature thermocatalytic water splitting. It's attractive for many applications, can use all water types with low energy input and low operating temperatures. And what I'll finish off here is with a small clip of the video you would see over there of how simple our system is. We have a 5-liter beaker of water with our catalyst composite, and it's at 87 degrees because it's exotherms as you make hydrogen. The hydrogen, we put it through a bubbler so you can see it's actually hydrogen coming off. We collect it at 1 atmosphere in a ballast bag, and then we use a generator that was previously using natural gas as a source, and we pump the hydrogen directly into the generator. No extra storage, changing of pressures, nothing. The vacuum pulls the hydrogen it needs from the ballast and runs the system. So with that, I'd like to thank our founders and our funding agencies, as well as NGen and NRC and the Hannover Messe, and a special thank you to Sophie Jenke, who did the techno-economics analysis, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. So you can come talk to me afterwards and be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Oops.
Comes up when the live stream, so and you can.
Hello, good afternoon, guten Tag, everybody. First, thank you to Hatch for switching presentation slots with us. Really appreciate it. My name is Gursaran, and I'm here representing Volta Energy Inc. You can find us in Hall 2, stand B42 in the Canadian Innovation Ecosystem. And I'm here on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Zordos, to present the work that we have done with metal-supported reversible solid oxide cells. The TEA that we have done, um, and see if SOC technology can stack up in competition with other established technologies. Just an introduction to Volta Energy. We are based in Toronto, Ontario, in Canada. We are an innovation hub established in 2009. The original genesis of the company was around EV charging infrastructure. That's when Tesla was a new commodity. Folks who were in the know realized that electrification and proliferation of EVs would be hugely dependent on how we handle our power grids and smart supply demand management. So since 2009, yeah. So since 2009, the company has had a very fascinating evolutionary path during which we have invented the world's first UL-listed solid-state circuit breaker, which now powers the Atom Switch, which is part of a commercialized EV charging solution. We have also developed a full-stack IoT electrical signature analysis-based electrical asset management program, wherein it's essentially a Fitbit for your motors, for your turbines, anything to do with motive equipment in industry. And you get real-time diagnostics and analytics to help you plan predictive maintenance, avoid catastrophic equipment failure downtime. At the same time, we also are involved with a project called ZEPCO, where we are developing metal-less motor drives for industrial drones. And lastly, the R&D division SPICE, on behalf of which I'm here speaking to you all. We are focused on renewable energy-based net zero future. So just as a highlight, our research program has been hugely successful. We have had 3 successful commercial spin-offs, and we have raised a grand total of $134 million till date. 36 granted patents, 20 plus, and that number increases almost every week, patents that are pending. So talking about SOCs, SOC stand for solid oxide cells. It's an electrochemical device to convert fuel into electricity or in reverse electricity into fuel, or the electrolysis mode. This particular system operates at higher temperatures using a specially designed solid-state electrolyte. This technology is very efficient. In the electrolysis mode, you can theoretically achieve efficiencies above 100% in the thermoneutral mode. And for the fuel cell side, you can practically achieve 70% energy efficiency. So just a schematic representation. I will point out on the bottom slide that source should be reversed. That's an error. So essentially, instead of electrons moving through the electrolyte, these are the oxide cells that move back and forth that facilitate the reaction here. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't thank our partners at the Fuel Cell Materials and Manufacturing Laboratory at the University of Toronto and the principal investigator, Professor Oliver Kessler. These are some of the cell's different components of the SOC cell. Starting from the left, the stainless steel support, which is a patented technology that Volta Energy has introduced. The support with the anode, then the anode with the electrolyte, and a complete cell with a seal on the right-hand corner. These cells can be shaped as circles, button cells, as squares, and can be scaled up depending upon application. The unique feature of these cells are they can work reversibly without compromising lifespan. They are resistant to oxidation, and they can use fuels apart from hydrogen, including carbonaceous fuels, because they will be resistant to coking and sintering. So as a solutions-driven technology company, how do we incorporate SOC going forward? What we have done essentially is create two case studies, Helios, which is the energy buffering solution for the power grid, and Socrates, which is the fueling station of the future for zero-emission vehicles. So if you have hydrogen-fueled vehicles, hydrogen fueling. If you have natural gas-fueled vehicles, natural gas fueling. And EV charging with power made at the source. And I will elaborate on that in a bit. So one disclaimer that we have, we essentially are not the setters of the hydrogen market, and we understand hydrogen specifically in the North American context faces some headwinds. This presentation was originally made for the Canadian Hydrogen Convention in April 2024. It has been updated slightly, but at that time the headlines were Shell was rethinking his hydrogen strategy, Aramco was thinking about his hydrogen strategy. Since then, in British Columbia, in Canada, 7 major hydrogen projects have run into headwinds due to lack of demand, high cost of electricity, and other factors. So where hydrogen goes from here is not specifically our focus. We are driven on innovation, and that's the part we focus on. So when we think about energy storage, I think the thing that people are most familiar with are the battery systems, BESS systems. So anybody can go to Tesla's website and they can spec a battery for energy storage, and you get a price. We did this in March 2024 to have energy storage of about 20 megawatt hours using a 10 megawatt battery pack. We had an estimated price of right about $10 million installed with an operating cost every year of $30,000 US. These numbers must have been updated since then. So this is from March 2024. Now, in comparison to the battery systems, we claim that they can be sustainably manufactured because specifically in our SOC system, you're using nickel primarily, which is more industrially commonplace material, can be easily sourced, specifically in the Canadian context. The precious metal content in our technology is very limited. And again, there is a lot of scope in material sciences to improve the material composition of the cells. Second great thing is when you talk about energy storage using hydrogen, be it SOC, PEM, or any other technology that makes hydrogen, you scale power and storage independently. What that means is if you are using batteries for storing power, you have limited either one-to-one or perhaps in the best case scenario, a one-to-two ability between the actual capacity of the system and the storage. Whereas when you store energy as hydrogen, your capacity for your electrolyzer can be as small as you wish as long as you have the storage for hydrogen at the end of it. So you scale these independently. So you can control your capital costs when you're installing an SOC system and invest in somewhat economical hydrogen storage and can get much larger storage than the capacity, installed capacity you have. So then you have the ability to control your capital cost. Second thing is we can operate our SOC system bidirectionally. So what that essentially means is it's the same hardware, same balance of plant that will run both in the electrolysis mode and in the fuel cell mode. And we have the control system here. This is the work we did for the system operator, power system operator in Ontario, where you see an interface that comes from the power grid. These are grid dispatch signals, which are very rapid. We have the ability to follow those and run our system based on these rapid dispatch signals, and we can operate either in electrolysis mode or in fuel cell mode, either to opportunistically use power to make hydrogen or then use that hydrogen to make power to supply the grid. This is a screenshot showing a balance of plant for the electrolysis side. Balance of plant essentially is the equipment, the piping, the instrumentations, the control, and pneumatic setup that is required to operate your central SOC stack. Electrolysis mode, fuel cell mode. So essentially, physically, it's the same plant that will operate both in electrolysis and in fuel cell mode. So coming back to the two cases that I mentioned before, energy buffering, which is our Helios project. This is something we undertook for the Ministry of Energy in Ontario as part of their Hydrogen Innovation Fund. So basically our system interfaces with the power grid. It takes the dispatch signals. We have our smart hydrogen hub control system, which is developed in-house. Essentially feeds that demand signal to a central SOC stack, which is then able to either generate hydrogen if there's a requirement to take power off the grid, or it's able to actually make power using the fuel cell setup, using either hydrogen, natural gas, or any other carbonaceous fuel that is available to you. So what are the primary considerations you need to design such a system? One thing is rapid response. If you folks have ever seen a power grid signal, the dispatch signals can sometimes be a matter of seconds or sometimes less than a second, and you need the ability to respond that fast. Also, you need a very capable electrolysis setup. So at the time when the demand is very low, but your baseload power cannot be turned down any further, or if you have renewables that are being curtailed, you can use that cheap renewable green power to make hydrogen. So for our case, we studied systems theoretically at 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt, and 50 megawatt actual installed capacity. And based on that, we did energy storage for 20 megawatt hours up to 1 gigawatt hours, just to see from a capital cost perspective how much it would cost and how it would compare to a battery-based system. So this is the graph, which essentially shows. If you see the straight line diagonally going straight up, that's the battery storage right here. And at the bottom, you will see these lines, which are different SOC capacities, installed capacities with energy storage. So if we zoom in, I think you will get more context. The point here is right about the 20 megawatt hour, 25 megawatt hour. SOCs start becoming more economical than battery storage, and as you scale up even higher, it's not even a contest anymore, because essentially your installed capacity for SOCs remains the same, and you're just adding hydrogen storage, so your curves are flat, and whatever slope that you see is just the cost for additional hydrogen storage. Whereas if you recall, as I mentioned, for a battery system, you cannot scale the capacity independent of the storage that is there at the end. So the second case that we look at is Socrates. Socrates actually stands for Solid Oxide Cell-Based Rapid Advanced Transportation Energy System. This is a ZEV, or a Zero Emission Vehicle fueling station of the future that we are working on. So essentially for hydrogen fueling, for natural gas fueling, and for EV charging based on power generated, both hydrogen and power generated at the source. Some of the considerations we had was essentially a maximum of 15 to 20 waiting time. Also flexibility, like I mentioned, you could charge an EV, you can fuel a hydrogen-based vehicle. 10 EV spots accommodating 50 kilowatt hour charging every 15 minutes. 2 heavy-duty trucks. We base these on Nikola trucks. I'm not sure how long Nikola probably is going to stop manufacturing hydrogen trucks. And 15-minute charge per fill time per customer, for which we require 200 kilowatt SOFCs to generate power for the EVs, and 300 kilograms per hour of hydrogen gas available for HT transports. And the key part here is the fuel station will operate over a 72-hour window based on hydrogen that we produced 6 hours for that 72 hours. So this is just an artistic illustration of how Socrates is envisioned to look like. If you visit our booth in Hall 2, stand B42, we have currently a physical prototype of a sustainable spice city where you can actually see a Socrates station. So the design that we carried this had a complete balance of plant, so we actually costed the plant. And we tried to see if SOC will stack up to conventional battery-based storage. And the results that you see is to operate for 72 hours, servicing about 3,000 vehicles. An SOC system, which is of 25 megawatt capacity and has 150 megawatt hours of energy storage, would cost about $23 million in installed cost. A similar system using battery storage, which is based on the Tesla Megapack, would need a capacity of 38 megawatt, would need storage of 153 megawatt hours, and would cost $52 million US. And remember, this will not charge your hydrogen-based vehicles. And just to keep this honest, we also compared SOC to PEM. PEM being the most conventionally available fuel cell technology or electrolyzer technology. And in terms of total installed cost per kilowatt hours, we are right in comparison with PEM. Although we have a much better energy efficiency profile than PEMs do. Just a simple note about OPEX considerations. So SOC do operate at higher temperatures. So cold starting requirements sometimes make it impractical to operate these. This can be mitigated through suitable insulation, innovative stack design, which we're currently working on, and essentially coupling this from waste heat, which is rejected from industrial processes. The maintaining of SOC temperature essentially has to do with how well you do heat integration in your balance of plant. And if you operate in thermoneutral operation electrolysis mode, you can run at 100% efficiency. Also, strategic scheduling of reversible SOC, and this has to do with the control system that we are developing. You are able to opportunistically make hydrogen using electrolysis when it's most economically beneficial, as well as beneficial for your stack to run in the electrolysis mode. So just to finish, this is our facility located in Pickering, just east of Toronto, in Ontario. The team that has worked on the HIF project with IESO. And yes, this is the end of my presentation. So at the end of the day, please come visit us, Hall 2, booth 42. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions if there are any.
person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So you are gonna start in about 7 minutes. You're allotted 20 minutes. You'll see me in the back. Give you the halftime mark. Um,
Is this the right presentation?
oh, sorry, that's not.
Yeah, that's not the right one.
Don't have web access. It's not. Is it this? Is it this? It's this one, right? Okay, sorry. I'll get Alyssa to update it. Yeah. You can wait out here. Got it? Okay, perfect. That's the one, yes. Yes, that's the one. Perfect. I'll get the AV team to set it up. Perfect. Thank you. She did the new. The new one should be on there. It's like 0204. Okay, amazing. You'll start in about 4 minutes. Mark. It is also being recorded and live streamed. Um, and we're gonna upload
Okay, so we're here live at Hannover Messe. My name is Rémi Duquette. I'm the Vice President of the Industrial AI practice at Maya HTT. And today I'm going to entertain some district cooling and heating optimization that we've done with innovative graph neural networks to mimic the hydraulic networks that we have on the energy efficiency and geothermal aspects of a cooling aspects. So, without further ado, one slide on Maya HTT. We've been in business for 43 years on the heat transfer technology side. We've developed a lot of solvers for engineers to essentially simulate their hydraulic networks, heat exchangers, and other components. So today, of course, that same kind of technology on the engineering side and simulation side is used for hydrogen and all sorts of other energy-related products that are being showcased today here in the Hall 13 at Hannover. My group takes care of the industrial AI project, so we leverage a combination of simulation data, so synthetic data, and real-time data from various sensors that are deployed in the field with your products. And we essentially build deep learning algorithms to make it more efficient, whether it's energy-wise, look at AI-based predictive maintenance or other components that are related to this component here. So if we look at the different use cases where we have successfully applied 175 times in the last 10 years, AI-based products or solutions, energy efficiency and energy gains is certainly the biggest aspects in the first portion of our use cases. Then we look at P, productivity. So if you are producing these various cells or other components, then you need to certainly increase your cadence of production and scale it up. This is where Maya HTT can help you. On the inventory costing side, based on your historical data on MES or PLM data, we can then leverage that on top of your existing sales data and other components to predict the cost and the variance in cost that you might encounter in the future. Then quality improvement and predictive maintenance are also, of course, key cases. We always start from the left-hand side, right, to look at the business use case of what you want to deploy before you apply AI. AI is not a magic wand. It's not a crystal ball. So we need to essentially start from the get-go and understand if it's applicable to the business problem you want to solve with AI technology. So that's really where we start, and then we move you up the maturity curve to get to a better place with AI and control. So this is the journey that I'm going to be presenting in more details today on the N-Wave side. So N-Wave is a great client of my HTT. They move water from the Ontario Lake in Toronto and move them underneath all the buildings around the Toronto core area. So it's called district cooling and district heating. And essentially, we've first digitalized their infrastructure. And then next, we wanted to optimize the use and the dispatch of all the assets across the field that they're looking at. So when you look at plant level and district level optimization, a lot of complexities are happening there because historically these systems have been built with all sorts of production cycles that may predate the addition of N-Wave's district cooling networks. So where the pipes are going through, the exact height at which they are entering the building, how much is distributed, the distribution channel within the building is very difficult, and actually taking a survey would be very costly. So what we've done here is say, okay, we're going to use your temperature data across the district cooling, and knowing the hydraulic networks, the physics behind the hydraulic networks, we've built essentially a neural net, a graph neural net that has learned, right, what the hydraulic network should be. And with that, we now can predict and forecast the supply and demand. So if I supply so much today, right, based on the temperature that is expected to happen and change over the next couple of hours, and actually we can forecast up to 24 hours ahead of time with this system in place. So this is what I'm going to be showing on the top your right side, my left side of the slide, which is the end goal. So traditional simulation, again, requires very detailed inputs. The height at which the pipe are coming in, the amount of friction in each of the pipe, the size of each of the pipes. Sometimes that information is known, sometimes not. It requires a lot of pressure sensors, a lot of different sensors that may or may not have been deployed. And if, like N-Wave, you have hundreds of kilometers of those pipes, that's, the problem is even bigger. So from that perspective, we move from traditional simulation to now data-driven approaches. So this is what we have done with N-Wave. So just for repeating the challenges, we have incomplete sensor data, right? We don't have all the sensors and all the data that we need to actually simulate for pure physics-based approach. We need real-time computation, which simulation, even at system level, may or may not be an actual real-time system. And then you have changing infrastructures. In the case of N-Wave, they have new clients and additional districts that are being developed over time. So you'd have to perpetually, move and redo your simulation and add, and the cost associated to them, again, is fairly large. So knowing that, right, we know on your left-hand side here, you get supply and demand plus losses, right, must be equal. If it's not equal, then there's something wrong. So the baseline of this is the baseline of the constraint that we've put on the graph neural network, right? So from an AI perspective, as long as you can, balance out these components with the data that we have on the temperature distribution and the flow related to the water being moved around, then we can easily know actually also where the losses are. Because in the neural network, right, or in a graph neural network, you're going to have points along the network where you're going to have assumed losses because the temperature distribution is not going to make sense to the AI model, right? So it's learning the physics behind the network, really, it's what's happening. So how do we model the demand? The short answer is we don't know until the demand is realized. So the demand cannot really be simulated, or modeled per se explicitly. But implicitly, we do know that if there's a certain temperature set outside and there's a certain distribution inside from the plant, the rest is physics, right? So the rest is known. So even though we cannot predict the demand, we know exactly how it will behave 24 hours ahead of time based on the profile of temperature of the outside predicted temperature from the forecast. Of course, forecast is never 100% precise, so we can update it every hour and get better and better over the course of the day, but it's still a good answer. So what we've put in place is essentially, a data that is converted to a graph structure, and that's essentially done from the data that N-Wave provided us. And then based on that, we were able to forecast the flow of demand for each consumer along the district cooling approach. And each node was then modeled to be able to predict the overall demand and the best supply. So again, here we're talking about asset dispatch. So the idea is to optimize the asset dispatch to minimize the amount of energy needed to essentially serve all our customers around the various districts at different points along the food chain. So that's really what was pretty novel about the approach. The nature of the data. So each client have different demand profiles as well, right? In their network, in downtown Toronto, you have some residential buildings, you have some commercial buildings, you have some hospitals, you have various kinds of quote-unquote clients, right? So the profiles of each of these are also very different. And again, based on the graph neural network and the neural approach of learning from the data, that kind of behavior is baked into the model. So at each node where there's a supply and demand relationship, that was essentially created with multiple time scale periodicities. So some people at night will, if it's a residential building, the needs is going down, right? If it's a commercial building, well, when it opens and when it closes, you have very, stark marked of demand in cooling and heating. And if it's a hospital, well, it's 24/7, right? You might have slowdowns at night, but it's not that slow, right? So those are all different cooling methodologies. So if you look at the roadmap for going to dispatch optimization, there's really 4 key aspects of it. First was to create the graph neural network. That was essentially the novel infrastructure that we've put in place. Then we use the graph neural network and the data to aggregate into the problematic zones, right? So we look at the distribution for the next 24 hours based on the forecast, and then we reverse engineer what will be needed at that period based on each of the profile of the customers, how much heat or cooling is needed depending on the season. And then we go and create the predictive model for supply temperature across the district based on the flow. And then we do the optimization of the cooling, and that's it. That's essentially what we have here. So now we're at midnight, right? And we have a full day ahead of us. So we need to predict, which assets we're going to dispatch and at what point in time we're going to turn them on to minimize our energy usage for the entire district. So if you look at this, so this is out of sample, right? So completely data that has never been seen before by the AI agent and the graph neural network. So here what we have is the prediction in orange for a full day, 24 hours ahead of time. So what you can see here is a couple of things. One, this did not require any additional sensor, so $0 invested in additional sensor. There was no piping evaluation or surveys needed, right? And then the understanding of the pipes themselves, the sizes, the frictions, the roughness, no need for any of that, right? So based on that and just the pure data approach that we've built in, we were able to, and you can see the orange, right? The explanatory power is 91%, right? And if you look at all the trends essentially through the day, it follows very closely all the trends. And again, this is based on the forecast, right? So based on temperature forecasted for the next 24 hours at every hour, a day before, we run this essentially at 11 p.m. the night before, and then you get 24 hours of knowing what to dispatch and when to minimize your energy. That's one of the use cases that we've deployed. As MyHET, we've deployed similar technologies 175 times over the last 10 years. This year, it's about 25 projects per year that we deploy to our customers. A lot of it are tailor-made solutions because of their tailor-made problems in that field. We can also reuse some technological solutions that we've deployed, in some cases outlier detection or other things that we have baked in as solutions. But by and large, we partner with our clients and we hand over the components of technology that they require to be successful. So we train them and they become their own master of their own destiny, and they continue grow the system as needed. And then they call us back when they have a more complex problem to solve. Essentially, that's our business model. So if you have any questions, we have some colleagues here, but our booth is in Hall 7 on the automation side. If you want to see me in the Canadian booth, I'm in Hall 7. Otherwise, I'll be ready to take any questions after this presentation. But thank you for attending today. It's great to be here in Hall 13 and to talk about energy and savings around distribution. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah. That's okay? Okay. Hi, everyone. So I'll be talking about battery recycling for the next half an hour. We all have used lithium-ion batteries at home, a drawer full of it, and every time we look at it, we think that we should recycle them, do something with it. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. A couple of words about me. So I've been in the battery recycling space for the last 10 years, being a process specialist and a PCAM and CAM subject matter expert at Hatch. I've been with Hatch for the past 5 years, taking care of battery materials and battery recycling. So why we recycling those batteries? The idea here is really to close the loop, and instead of going with the linear economy, go with the circular economy, as we can see here on the left part of this graph. The idea is to take those raw materials back from the PCAM and the used cells back into the supply chain through a recycling process. As we can see on the right, the amount of material that will get recycled is increasing over the years, like a hockey stick increase. We can see in 2021 that most of the feed for recycling is coming from the electronics industry. And over the years, it's increasing, and the manufacturing scrap is the one that is increasing much faster than portable electronics. And end-of-life EVs also is increasing quite drastically. So production scrap and end-of-life, I just talked about it. So that's really the two items that are doing the core of the material that is available for recycling. The production scrap, what is it? So it's really all of the scrap that is being generated in the gigafactories. So there are a lot of scrap generated at the different steps of the cell manufacturing at the gigafactories. So that's all of the material that is going to garbage, literally. And the end-of-life batteries, that's the electric cars batteries that are reaching end of life. After some point in the car, they are not good enough to power the car, and they need to be recycled. So there's been some discussions about reuse and second life for those cars, for those EVs, EV batteries. The reality is that we're not really seeing that market taking off, and the auto OEMs are sending directly the used batteries directly to recycling companies instead of reusing them into secondary applications. So the recycling process can be divided into 3 parts. The first one is the collection part. So that's really a logistic aspect with collection of the used batteries being transported into trucks. The second part is the dismantling and the shredding of those batteries. So discharging, shredding, and in order to produce the black mass. The black mass, which is like the shred batteries that has been purified. And the third part is the refining of the black mass in order to obtain a new, fresh PCAM and CAM cathode active material. All of that to go back into the battery to avoid mining more and more virgin materials. So presenting here the different battery recycling flow sheets and processes that exist to get back from the used batteries to a fresh material to get back into a battery. So the process on top, that's the one that I've been talking about so far, taking the used battery, shredding it, and then refining it mechanically in order to obtain the black mass. And then it goes either into process 1 or process 2. Process 1 being the hydromet process. So that's taking the black mass, putting all of that into solution in order to produce the battery-grade nickel, cobalt, and manganese sulfate. The second process, it's a combination of pyrohydromet. So the pyromet process here, that's a thermal treatment of the black mass, like a pyrolysis. And then a hydromet process in order to refine the black mass. Also to produce here battery-grade nickel, cobalt, and manganese sulfate. The third process is a pure pyromet process. So historically, that's the process that has been used for recycling batteries. because they were made of LCO, so lithium cobalt oxide, as cathode active material, and people were really here to recycle the cobalt itself because of the high value. Lithium was not being recovered as a battery grade product. It was just lost in the slag or in the off gas of the pyromet process. And the issue here with the pyromet process is that if one want to regenerate battery grade nickel, cobalt, and manganese sulfates, there's an extra step that would be required after the pyromet process in order to refine and polish those materials to get back into the supply chain. And the fourth process that we are talking about here, the presenting, is the direct recycling. So the idea of direct recycling is to take the used batteries, do minimal steps in order to regenerate a fresh cathode active material to get back into the supply chain. As much as the technology readiness levels, TRL, are quite high for 1, 2, and 3, the TRL for process 4 is still low. There are some pilot plants that are being built around the world with that process. It has a lot of merits because it's minimizing the capex and the opex of these processes, which is really key for this industry. And I'm going to be talking about in the next slides more about the importance of minimizing the capex and the opex in this industry. Looking at what's available here in North America and Europe in terms of material for recycling. So we can see here on the left that, yeah, the available material for recycling is increasing, but we should also pay attention to the blue line and the red line that are the shredding capacity and the refining capacity. And it's obvious in the graph, there is a big overcapacity for refine and shredding capacity versus the amount of material that is available. Just keep in mind that those are announced capacities. Those plants might not materialize because of the challenges that we are talking about here, such as high capex and struggling to get funding for these plants. And zooming in onto what's the material that is available for recycling, you won't be surprised to see that it's a combination of end-of-life batteries and scrap material from the gigafactories. And looking into the end-of-life batteries more specifically, we see that it's going to be a mix of LFP batteries and NMC batteries. And here it's quite interesting to see that the value to recover in the LFP batteries is 10 times less than the one that it is in the NMC batteries. So that's generating a lot of struggle for companies who are interested into recycling batteries, but are definitely not interested into recycling LFP batteries because they're saying that there's no money to make in there. So it's quite challenging to recycle LFP batteries, and right now all of the companies are focusing on recycling NMC batteries because of the high value of nickel and cobalt and manganese, and not really on the LFP one. But the problem is that with the increase of LFP use in the EVs, there's going to be an uptake of used LFP batteries on the market in the 5-10 next years, and those batteries will have to be recycled. They will have to be recycled somewhere. If there is no capacity in the Western world to do that, some countries in the world would be happy to purchase these used batteries to recover lithium from it. So the big question here is how to get LFP battery recycling economical. So as you can see here on the left, we're seeing the value of the elements from lithium, iron, phosphate, and copper, aluminum. So really, lithium value dropped because the lithium price dropped from the $82,000 per ton from November 2022 to right now it's about $10,000-$12,000 per ton for battery grade lithium product. So as a consequence, we can see that the copper and aluminum foil value represents more in shares, and that's where we can get interest for recycling LFP batteries, recycling the copper from the foils, but also from all of the copper wiring from the used batteries. That's how LFP battery recycling can be economically viable. Another aspect that we are presenting here is for lithium refinery companies to get involved into this space, recycling the lithium from the LFP black mass, because we know that the value for iron and phosphate is much lower than the one for lithium, And lithium refineries are already refining, let's say, lithium from spodumene, so they could also take that feed from lithium from LFP batteries. So they could play really a big role here into LFP recycling as well, using new technologies such as direct lithium extraction to make it even more economically viable. There's still some development that is required for using such technologies, but those are like promising ones that can be envisioned here. Then the race to market, that's really one of the traps that the industry fell into over the past years. We've seen many plants and many companies that I won't name here rushing to market but not being ready for it. The issues of racing to market is obviously that the design criteria are not properly defined. Too many assumptions are being taken during the process engineering phase development, and the shortcuts are being made. So the consequence, if you're taking a lot of shortcuts and assumptions, is that during the ramp up of the plant, so when the plant is going to start operating, that's going to be challenging in the amount of material that you're going to be able to process. And it's the design capacity that's going to be suffering. So if your plant is designed for a certain throughput, in reality, you might just be able to process half of that. So you're going to land really at the 50% area here on the graph on the right. And what's important to keep in mind, because people could think like, oh yeah, it's okay, I'm going to be at 50% design capacity for a couple of years, and then I'm going to increase it by doing some engineering studies, debottlenecking, etc. The problem is that you might never get there, because 50% of design capacity for a couple of years, if you are a startup company, you don't have enough money in hands to be able to afford that, and you will just go bankrupt. So companies are underappreciating the challenges and the consequences of the risk of having a lower design capacity for their plans. So mitigation solution that we are offering here is to do a proper engineering planning and proper engineering execution, from scoping studies to execution. So that's a slide that is summarizing all of the challenges that I've been talking about here. And just to conclude here on my presentation and to open up a couple of ideas that can be used for enhancing the economics of battery recycling plants. I'm just going to name a couple of them here. So we can supplement black mass with other type of nickel feeds in order to get economies of scale and enhance economics. We can produce different products. So instead of producing the high capex and opex battery grade metal sulfates, we can look at producing MHP, the mixed hydroxide precipitate, or MSP, for example. And also, we can think of vertical integration, adding PCAM and CAM production downstream of the battery recycling plant in order to increase the value of the product that is going to be generated, again, in order to enhance the economics. So that's it for my presentation. Thanks a lot for listening. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Questions?
Yeah. My name is Diego Hidalgo. Just have a question regarding the actual regulation. When you buy, let's say, a large-scale battery system, who is in charge of recycling these battery materials at the end of life? And are the costs of this recycling included in the initial cost of the project, or you have to pay by end of life? Thank you.
It's a really good question. So it's the company that is putting the battery on the market that is ultimately responsible for recycling it. Are there costs associated to that? Not yet. And that could be a way, for example, to recycle LFP batteries, having a cost in the price of the battery when it's put on the market, in order to account for it. Like, for example, for our portable electronics, I know, for example, in France that there is a tax for that, so that the customer is paying, the end user is paying, so that it already takes into account the fact that this thing is going to be recycled, comes at a cost, someone has to pay for it. So that's kind of a potential mechanism for the recycling of LFP batteries. Another way is like subsidies. Like lead batteries. They're being recycled for 100 years. We know how to recycle them. And it's a subsidized industry because there is not a lot of money to make there. So for LFPs, in order to kickstart the industry, same thing could happen. And then when better processes are put in place to recycle LFP batteries at a better cost, then the process is self-sustainable and the amount of subsidies could decrease. That's potential solutions. Yeah. Thanks a lot, everyone, and come visit us at our booth, E62, right across the street over here. Thank you.
Hello, there we go. Great stuff. Shall we start? So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pauli Baumann, and I'm from the Hatch Technologies team based here in Essen, Germany. At Hatch, we're all about partnering with our clients to deliver exceptional ideas with exceptional service. And this afternoon, it's a great pleasure to also have my friend from E.ON, Mr. Christoph Hisgen, here with me to share with you a recent and real success story about waste heat recovery right here in Europe. Now, Hatch is a privately owned consulting, technology development, engineering, and project delivery firm with our origins in Canada. We are a team of more than 10,000 great people building on our legacy of having delivered projects in more than 150 countries over the nearly 70 years of our existence. We deliver projects, we de-risk and develop solutions, and we're currently entrusted with more than $75 billion worth of projects for our clients. The Hatch European team is part of an international network with a reach in more than 160 locations around the world. The team here in Europe, and with our main operating centers in Germany, Poland, and the UK, works in a flat and connected way with the rest of our offices to deliver exceptional outcomes for our clients. We import the best we have from the rest of the Hatch world to Europe and export European excellence to all our projects around the world. We are rapidly growing across all these different sectors, and that includes recently joining forces with the former Kuttner team. And we're currently about 300 subject matter experts in the region and well on track to become 1,000 members by 2027. Now, this kind of growth is spurred by the needs of our clients, including E.ON and others. We deliver advisory services, digital products, technology products, and equipment solutions to our clients in the metals, energy, and infrastructure space. The exciting bit is that we also get to then construct, build, and start up these operations in a safe, practical, and innovative manner. A core theme for all of our clients across these sectors is the efficient use of energy. And over the years, we as a trusted partner have developed deep expertise and capabilities in waste heat recovery and utilization. Now, our philosophy when it comes to waste heat is first to avoid it at the design phase, but this isn't always possible. And then we turn our attention to ask, how can we use this waste heat inside of the process where it's generated, or in adjacent areas in the plant? Now, very often as we start to cross these operational boundaries, we need to convert this waste energy into usable forms like steam or power or process heat. So to do so, we develop what we call the EcoFlow solutions. Now, EcoFlow solutions are bespoke and customized heat transfer circuits that connect waste heat sources with users of this waste heat. We do so in close collaboration with a broad range of industry partners so we can access the best heat exchange technology and equipment customized for our project outcomes. Now, over the years, we've also found that conventional heat exchangers aren't always a good fit. And in those cases, we deliver our proprietary EcoStat heat exchangers. These are designed here locally in Germany and fabricated in Poland, and we'll be sharing a little bit more detail about that as we go along with the slides. But first, maybe a quick example of our EcoFlow solutions in action. Our German client needed to introduce a selective catalytic reduction unit to manage the emissions at its cement manufacturing facility. The question was, how do we raise the flue gas temperature for this unit without generating more energy and generating more emissions? Our EcoFlow solution comprised of two heat exchangers. The one heat exchanger harvested heat from the clinker cooling step and then donated that heat again back to the flue gas. In doing so, we were able to reduce the clinker temperature from 410 degrees to 255, while at the same time increasing the flue gas temperature from 230 to 250 degrees C. Now, not only did this nearly 3 megawatts of thermal energy that we recovered reduce the cost of cooling the clinker and increasing the flue gas, it also avoided roughly 6,000 tons per year of CO2 emissions while also reducing the water consumption at the site. So really a great example of how you can solve a problem, reduce emissions, and reduce operating expense. Now a little bit more about our EcoStat system. So our EcoStat heat exchangers comprise of an array of heat pipes that are configured in a complete assembly, including the hoods, the casings, and all the structural interface elements. Now each of these heat pipes depend and rely on the principle of isothermal evaporation and liquefaction of a working fluid in a vacuum condition. So what you would see is that the one end of the heat pipe is in the hot gas flow stream, while the other one is positioned to be in the cold gas stream, and the two streams are separated by a gas-tight partition. As the working fluid starts to boil, it evaporates, moves up in the tube, and then meets the cold gas flow, where it again donates its heat, and then starts to condense, liquefy, and flow back in the tube to restart the cycle again. All of this happens independently and in a self-regulated way in each heat pipe independently in response to the local thermal conditions and thermal gradients. Now the users of this technology cite a number of different advantages. The first being that it's a very effective way to do gas-gas heat exchange, especially because we can also fin these tubes to maximize heat transfer surface and keep these units very compact. The other benefit is that these units do not require elaborate support systems. There are no systems required for water preparation or condensate management. The units are also very well suited to dirty environments, now within reason of course, and we can also coat these tubes to combat the corrosive impacts of certain gas elements. These heat exchangers have no moving parts, so they are inherently safe and are very low maintenance. And a testament to that is some of our first units that were deployed 20 years ago have been in constant operation without any major maintenance intervention. So truly a launch and relax application, as we'd like to say. So that's a little bit more about Hatch, our heat exchangers, and the way we configure heat exchange solutions. But I'd like now to hand over to Christoph to tell us about a recent project, but also share their perspectives as E.ON on waste heat recovery in the industry at large. Thanks, Christoph.
Thanks, Pauli. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christoph Hisken. I'm working for the E.ON Energy Infrastructure Solutions company, which are based in Essen and is part of the E.ON Group, a European-wide known energy supplier and municipality. And we are doing a lot of businesses across Europe, and especially for the industrial segments, as Pauli mentioned, we are offering dedicated, tailor-made solutions. I will just present a few slides about E.ON itself and EIS, our business. So E.ON, as you might know, is Europe's largest grid operator for power and gas grids. And we are doing, besides grid business, a lot of energy retail business as well, supplying more than 50 million customers across Europe with power and gas. And futurely also, of course, other energies, we hope. But our business is a quite small part in E.ON, but we are precious because we are really making the solutions for the industries and the cities to get the energy transition that we all need is done in the next 20 years. So this is an important part of our business, and we are really contributing to E.ON's strategy quite well. What are our solutions we are offering? It's based in three pillars. It's one, the city solutions, where you can see standard business like district heating and cooling. Many European countries, we are running district heating grids and cooling grids. Then secondly, we also operate city quarters, meaning we develop new designed energy solutions for new residential, commercial areas as well. And of course, we on top add e-mobility services to our clients, electrify fleets for large corporates as well across Europe, and are one of the largest operators of EV charging infrastructure and partnering up with other companies, so we are able to support 360,000 charging spots across Europe on your behalf with a kind of standard model. Second pillar is industry solutions, where I'm based in. What we do is really develop large bespoke industrial solutions for many different industrial segments, meaning that each of our solutions is a unified solutions that we really engineer on behalf of our customers to have the best and energy savings, carbon savings installation afterwards coming into place. What we also do is really mid-sized modular solutions for some dedicated industrial segments where we have a kind of standardized approach, own developments like heat boxes, so-called heat pump boxes as well, that we are supplying and deploying with our regional units across Europe, really to decarbonize our customers' businesses as well, the city businesses. Another part of our business, and it's becoming more and more popular, maybe one of you read about it, we are doing big CCU, CCS projects across Europe in E.ON. So we are developing carbon capture and utilization solutions, that meaning that we really get on the carbon exposure side from our processes, from our customers, to reuse the carbon or store it. We have also, of course, access to big submarine storages in the North Sea, so we can do a lot here as well. Secondly, we of course still supply commodities like power and gas cells, also biomethane cells, to our clients across Europe. So this is a very important part of the business still. And the third pillar is really the business to market business, meaning the renewable business, where we are building big PV wind farms installations to supply our clients with dedicated projects, with on-site and off-site PPAs, with green power. And this is a rising business as well. The special part, mainly active in the UK, is a smart metering business, where we do the smart meter rollout as one of the first European countries. Other countries are following right now. Germany is a pretty good example as well. But the UK business is much more advanced in that topic. And what we do as well is really building large-scale batteries on hotspots where the grid operators like us really need support to balance the grids regarding the high power input from renewables, and really keep the frequency stable, where we can install batteries to support the business activities as well. So some key facts about my small company within the big E.ON world. And what I only want to mention, that we are operating more than 6,000 assets, meaning CHPs, heat pumps, whatever, boilers. And we are active across Europe with 8,000 employees. And last year, we invested roughly 1 billion euro in our projects to decarbonize industries and cities. So it's quite a big figure. And we are asked by our board to spend more money really to support our customers in the transition to decarbonize the energy world. These are some of our brands, and you can see on the right-hand side our regional footprint in Europe. And this is quite interesting, because we are working in a good network within the group, so that we can also exchange a lot of experiences in our projects with our colleagues from all the different countries. And you see also some special brands, but with regard to the time, I don't go more into details. Please come to the booth or ask questions later what we are doing there. Our core segment business, as mentioned, district heating, cooling, contract typically 20 to 40 years, supply contracts between us and the clients. And here also you can see the different kind of customers we are supplying. So typically households, of course, but hospitals, industries, commercials, factories, whatever you see. And we have also here, of course, some very special solutions developed by ourselves that we are rolling out to optimize the whole energy balance for our clients. The industrial and commercial solutions, where we develop and deploy big projects on our customer sites, including financing and the full commercial setup for these projects. We also get the funding for the projects from the authorities as well. We take care for everything to apply for the fundings and embed this into our projects. And typically our contract times are 10 to 15 years, simply due to the long depreciation times if you install the big capex into such heavy assets. So this is very important. What is our approach? Of course, we always look into the 6 important topics: economics, sustainability, security of supply, digitization, regulation, and funding. This is all part of our projects that we develop. And what we really always want to achieve is the full decarbonization. We are agreeing with our clients a clear roadmap until when we can decarbonize, and later on I will show you the concrete example, at least for a partial solution we offered and integrated. So why are we doing this? Energy prices are rising, right? Especially commodity prices. The social and political demands to decarbonize production from us all as end consumers also is rising, especially to retailers and car manufacturers and so on and so forth. Cost pressure from our customers due to the international competition, right, is rising very much. And of course, the scarcity of investment capital is also given because most of our clients do not have enough money to invest in such projects. And this we can definitely support. Excuse me. What we always do, first topic, also Pauli mentioned this, we try to recycle energy, use energy more than once, and this can be done in different forms and technical solutions, but this is a typical approach we are doing in all the segments we are developing our projects in. Yeah, typically we want to try and to solve really the energy trilemma between sustainability, commercial viability, and security of supply. Security of supply becomes a more and more important topic, especially to the upcoming grid constraints in different European countries where you simply do not get enough power either to charge your mobility cars, to run big heat pump installations in the industry, or to operate e-boilers. And most of our clients really need more power if they want to replace fossil fueled installations by electricity. And this is also a very, very interesting topic we are covering with our solutions. Yeah, what we are doing definitely is also we take part of the regulation, financing and funding part in all our projects, meaning that we send in the applications for subsidies on behalf of our clients. We take care for the subsidy schemes, look for the most suitable ones in all our projects to get really the best value within the projects for our clients out of it. And yeah. Good, but now with regard to time, I want to also show some references we did, especially the big one we did together with Hedge. This is a project where we built in Poland for ArcelorMittal, a quite well-known steel producing company, a big waste heat recovery project and a system based on 2 heat exchangers. What we have done, it's a blast furnace running there in the plant in Dubrowa Gornicza. I needed to train this word, to be honest. And we signed this project 2 years ago with a client, and now it's gone to operation in January this year. It was now started up. What we did is we built 2 combined heat exchangers with a maximum power of 17 megawatt thermal, meaning we can reuse the waste heat with 17 megawatt. Currently the system is operating with 11 simply due to the available waste heat stream and the current operation of the blast furnace. But we hope that the crisis in the economics will allow us to get back to normal and then increase it to the full capacity back. It's now for 3 months in operation, trouble-free, and we are really learning a lot also with regard to the parameters of the process. And what I'm really impressed about, and I was part of the project team as well, supporting my local colleagues in Poland, that we reduce the carbon exposure by 56,000 tons annually. So this is a significant number. So, and also 117 gigawatt hours of gas are avoided, right? Meaning this is quite a beneficial project for the customer as well. And we replace 10,000 tons less of coke. This has a very good impact on the cost balance of the client. And you can see by the dimensions of the pipes what a big system it is, right? Yeah, in our super successful collaboration, and you can see here the construction part of this project. we really did it without any significant accidents. It's also very important. 2 days ago, we had a session here about HSE. HSE is a very, very crucial and important topic for E.ON as a group. And we try to avoid any fatality in the group across Europe by our higher standards. So the system is now working since 3 months and is working in a fully automated mode, also very important, right? That even in such more agile industry, you can automate projects as well. Hedge delivered the heat exchangers, all the regulation dampers, the description, the commissioning works, and the supervisory. And we are very proud because Hedge did a very professional and good job there in this big area of construction. And of course, we needed to include some other partners as well for the other works like Mostostal Sabrisse, NGen team as a local engineering team for PLC and SCADA programming, and SPP at the end for the commissioning. So that's it in a nutshell for me. Please reach out to me if you have any questions, and thank you very much.
I'm not sure. Okay, now. So I can imagine that there's been a lot of engineering development that happened for that waste heat recovery system implemented. To which extent we can duplicate that into another plant so that we can reduce the engineering development time and implementation cost as well?
It's a very good question. We're seeing a lot of repeat instances of this approach. So we always want to do it in a more efficient and more timely manner as well. So what we found was working very closely with E.ON, we have a really good understanding of the requirements up front. And that early homework is really important when it comes to the execution phase. So that's been a really great thing. It's not been a once-off project for us. It's been about setting up for more of these, and having this close understanding is really important. So the next time we take it on, there's a familiar way of working. We understand what the requirements are, and that really helps with the next round and the next round after that. Absolutely. Christoph?
Yeah, I can't agree more, Pauli. So to be honest, we always try to build such project and try to replicate it across our regions for sure. I have to admit that of course there are not so many blast furnaces running anymore, right? And the steel industry is switching to electrical arc furnaces, and so we hope for more projects, definitely also with the same customer. We are ready to go and would do so, but yeah, that's the problem.
Wonderful. Thank you very much again. It's always so nice to tell a great story. Really, thanks a lot.
Thanks for the thumbs up. Hello, everybody. Welcome and thanks for coming to closer. Is this good? How about this? All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming to yet another session from the power sector. We are going to talk about the alternate delivery methods for HVDC projects. So it is focused on the power sector, so to speak, but more importantly, the subject is really to focus on mega projects and to talk about what are the different processes and different methodologies for ever-changing market. Starting with just a few words about my company, Hatch. We are a global engineering consulting company. We provide end-to-end engineering solutions. We are in quite a lot of countries, actually. We have 65 offices across. The nearest to here is in Essen, Germany. We deliver projects, or we have delivered into more than 150 countries. And we've been doing this for quite some time, so actually 70 years this year. We have 12,000 people across the world. I am based out of Canada. Yeah, a couple of words about myself. 15 years of experience in the utility business and engineering. I lead a utility asset management team for North America, helping utilities optimize the capital and OPEX spend. However, I also am involved in a large number of multi-million dollar projects where I provide some expertise from T&D perspective. Hence the HVDC subject of today's presentation. The agenda, pretty quick. What's driving the HVDC demand and what HVDC is in the end? What's the market and what are the constraints? And fundamentally, the constraints lead to our different alternative models for delivery of these projects. Okay, so perhaps a word of introduction of what HVDC is. It's a high voltage direct current, of course, which is the technology that helps us transmit power across large distances. And those large distances, of course, is something that we are increasingly challenged by from the perspective of climate change and renewable power that is very often in remote locations from load centers. This is a quite neat chart from starting in 2010. You can imagine it's quite old. However, it really nicely shows the next 5 years from 2025 to 2030 how steep the increase of the demand is, and that it really comes from networks and from data centers. Something that we very well understand is again going to be challenged by remote locations and a necessity to transmit power across large distances. When we talk about HVDC, generally speaking, we're talking about the rather newer technology called voltage source converters, in short, VSCs. Not to get into the technicalities, the main advantages of these technologies is fundamentally the small losses that this technology provides, and that those small losses obviously help us facilitate the transmission of power in large distances. And another very interesting advantage especially from project management perspective, is the modularity of it. We tend to call it, it's almost like Lego blocks, and it really is modular in a sense that we can build it quickly and predictably. A slide talking about the demand. Demand is supposed to double in the next decade, but more importantly, wherever the demand increases, of course, the question remains, what about the supply? And this presentation really focuses on the supply and how the OEM, how the market itself is responding to the shortage of the supply. It responds with something predictably with standardization, modularization, which is helps the industry doing these projects more repetitively, which is a good thing. Therefore, we can forecast slightly better. But the other quite unique response from the sector is leaning away from the EPC delivery. We're going to talk about the EPC delivery in a second, but fundamentally the OEMs want to focus now more on what they're good at, which is the delivery of the project, the technicalities and the engineering of the solution, rather than the delivery of the project, which which can be done very nicely by some other entities, of course. So speaking of the EPC model, generally speaking, so the EPC, which is being, of course, the engineering, procurement, construction, is the very typical model on large and small engineering projects, where there is an owner, of course, and that owner is contracted with one entity, in this case EPC contractor, that manages the entire project for the owner. The advantage of it, of course, is that you can think of it as a plug-and-play solution for the owner. The owner really just hands over the responsibility of the entire delivery to the contractor, and the contractor itself deals with subcontractors' problems, risk mitigation, and all those challenges. The side effect of that, dealing with the challenge on their own, is that the engineering very often is also done by EPC contractor. The same engineers very often are responsible for the delivery. So you might imagine in the challenging project, those highly technical and very talented engineers focus on the delivery on the project rather than what they're good at, which is the engineering part, of course. The first alternative, we're going to talk about two today. The first alternative is the EPCM model, which is something that Hatch has been doing for, as I mentioned before, for 70 years, which is the engineering, procurement, and construction management, which is different from construction. And in this model, a slight change, although quite fundamental one, is the fact that the owner itself is contracted with the subcontractor. So the owner takes responsibility from the contractual perspective, and the EPCM contractor is the entity that takes care of the delivery of the project. In other words, is responsible for managing the project day to day. If you remember, one of the disadvantages I mentioned before about the EPCM is superior from the perspective of who's doing the engineering. Very often the EPCM contractor, in this case actually Hatch, very often does the engineering side. And what that means is that we are able to focus on providing the right expertise to the right solution. So a couple of things to be mentioned about what that means, that we actually manage the construction and we manage the project from the PM perspective. Of course, we're looking into planning, scheduling, the estimating, the project controls, general document management. You can think of it as we really provide the end-to-end management solution. What this really requires is the facility, the infrastructure to be able to handle all these tasks within one system. So in this case, Hatch, we have iPaaS system, delivery system that helps us really use one environment for all these tasks and help us facilitate these mega projects in a very cohesive way. There is a number of services, of course, because as you can imagine on large delivery projects, I'm not going to necessarily go through all of them, but I think the quite important part of it is that the general management is not just it doesn't just come down to the skill of the project manager and the team itself, but also the expertise. So the technical expertise of the project manager as a company is quite relevant in the context of HVDC or any other unique domain. You can think of, for example, supply chain challenges. You can create a best schedule. You can be highly technical, and yet if you don't know, in case of HVDC system, the converter transformer lead time is 3 years. If you're not aware of that and something happens at site, and you're not prepared for that, and you don't have necessary contingencies, that's something that obviously could be easily avoided should you provide a right technical expertise at the get-go of the project. The second alternative, this being the integrated project delivery, IPD in short. In short, it's slightly newer. Slightly being it's a couple of decades old, but nevertheless it's more nuanced and a more newer approach towards delivery of the large projects. I'm not gonna perhaps I can leave you to read the description, but we're really the IPD focuses on it integrates people, systems, and business practices. And what it really means is that the entire team is responsible for managing risks. The entire team is responsible for for success of the project, and generally speaking, for transparent and cohesive communication on the project, such that the responsibility is shared and jointly owned. As I mentioned before, the team itself, the owner, the engineer, the designer, the major suppliers, they all create one cohesive delivery team that that carries the responsibility and collaborates together. There's a few, I suppose, principles that really guide this type of setup and IPD. Generally speaking, it definitely avoids conflict from the perspective of finger pointing, because there is no finger pointing in something, in a marriage, so to speak, in an ideal marriage, if you will, where people are working towards the success of the project, and not only working towards the success, but also they're incentivized to make sure that the project is successful. Therefore, you can think of you can think of milestone payments and such, obviously, that facilitate a better delivery of the project. But I think if one point here was to be chosen as a really relevant, that really differentiates this approach from EPC or EPCM, is really the risk understanding and mitigation. So being able to cohesively and transparently communicate the risks, being able to set up the project from the get-go very transparently, gives you and gives the project team an ability to execute it, obviously, but very likely at larger cost, but at least very transparently and hopefully on budget. So the IPD model is something that really focuses on this initial effort of putting people together. We would like to call it put people in a room and talk about what the risks are, talk about what the expectations are. The idea of this is that 2, 3, 4 months after the project kickoff, there likely won't be a situation where somebody can say, well, you should have told me this, you should have told me that. The whole idea is that people sit together and discuss not only the project risk, but also challenges from the market perspective, the supply chains, the supply chain issues, and obviously also share experiences, whether this is from the owner side or the delivery side. The validation, detailed design and construction, these are pretty typical parts of the engagement, so to speak, but really, I think, needless to say, the validation part is the one which differentiates this approach from others. This is where we define the project and obviously confirm the scope, perform the design, estimate costs, and determine schedule. That's something that the team does, again, something to emphasize very cohesively, but also transparently. So they're able to work together towards a joint goal. In terms of composition of cost, this is last 2 slides, I believe. Fundamentally, everything comes down to money, and you might be surprised to see, but in those large projects, something that is quite unique is the transparency of how much of the cost actually comes down to contingency and profit, and that's something that's uniquely discussed on these IPD projects, where contractors discuss together how much they are willing to risk, how much they want to make on the project, and obviously how much, in their opinion, contingency needs to be put on a project so that this joint success is possible. There's a whole, I will call it, life cycle of the cost across the project. Of course, what you can see is that the profit pool and the contingency changes adequately with the timeline of the project. Contingency being something that decreases with time, of course, as we get closer and closer to the end goal. But again, something that I definitely would like to emphasize, and I really want this to be a takeaway of this presentation, which is this entire process is done jointly and very transparently across the project delivery team. There is opportunities for refinement, and then it really comes down to what else can be implemented with this nuanced approach. And there's definitely the owner philosophy, which is it really comes down to being able to define the scope before or at the project kickoff, but at the same time being able to flexibly approach the team and being able to adjust any scope changes and what that means from the cash flow perspective, of course. And then the last one being the driving value for money, which is a unique feature of this approach where the entire team is again incentivized to perform not necessarily on their own tasks, but generally speaking for the entire project. So you can really think of this as a perfect marriage where the goal, of course, is to get the project done on budget, on schedule, and scope. And that really is it for me. If there is any questions, folks, thank you. Any questions? Any experiences to share from IPD projects or APCM projects, folks? Yes, our booth. If you're just about to build a big project, we're guys to talk to. And we are right there at E62. We've got more than snacks. Thank you.